Do you remember kind of what happened when you left your classroom that day? It's okay. And if you need a break, just let me know, okay?
I was the first person out, so once the police officers came, I went out the classroom, and I remember seeing Christian, and by the door there was like a wall pillar, and I remember it. I remember they sat me down, and that's when I had called my mom. And then as I'm on the phone with her, I see Mason on the floor.
Did they take you to the hospital? How did you get to the hospital?
By an ambulance.
And where were you shot?
On my left shoulder.
Do you remember about how long you stayed in the hospital?
For about less than a week.
And did you have to have surgery on your shoulder?
Yes.
Can you tell me about how long it took before you could kind of have normal activities with your shoulder again?
About 6 months.
And was there anything that you weren't able to do that you normally did because of your shoulder injury?
Yes. Play soccer.
And were you on the soccer team?
Yes.
Did you, kind of as a result of what happened that day, is there anything that is more difficult for you? Not talking about physical activities, but emotionally. Like, is there anything that is hard for you now, or that you feel like you've been affected by what happened that day?
I feel like just seeing a lot of just seeing what I saw that day, it just sticks with me. And not being able to trust certain people, or like trust people.
And have you been in counseling since this happened?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you still in counseling?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Melanie.
Cross?
No questions.
All right. Thank you. You're free to go. State calls this week.
Now manipulate the screen up here.
State.
Now manipulate the screen. I think because she had control of it, it kind of locked us out of changing.
Yes.
Yes, let me see before we pull up. Okay. And Judge, we'll manipulate it from our computer from here on out, because I think once the witness stand touches it, we can't take it down. And the state calls Mary Martin. then this will not go into evidence. This is just a record. And Ms. Martin, if you'll go ahead and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. If you can start just by introducing yourself, tell us your name and where you're employed.
My name is Mary Grace Talby, and I'm employed at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at Arthur Blank Hospital.
Okay. And was your name previously Mary Martin? Have you since
Yes.
gotten married?
Yes.
All right. And what is your role there currently?
Currently, I'm an assistant nurse manager in the operating room.
And were you in a different position in September of 2024?
Yes.
And tell us what that was.
In September of 2024, I was a circulating nurse in the operating room.
Okay. And what does a circulating nurse do?
I assist with getting the operating room ready for procedures based on what the case is, equipment, supplies, meds.
Gotcha. And can you tell us just very briefly your professional and educational background that led you to these positions?
Yes. I started with a bachelor's of science in nursing, and then I passed the national licensing exam for registered nurses, the NCLEX, and then I completed a perioperative program that prepares nurses to work in the operating room.
All right. And I'm going to turn your attention to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
And what shift were you working?
I was working 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And on that date, did you participate in the care of Melanie Delira Castaneda?
Yes.
What was your role in her care?
I was the circulating nurse in the operating room for her procedure.
Okay. And did you interact with Melanie before she went into surgery?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you remember regarding her demeanor?
I remember she was very quiet, sad, tearful.
And as the circulating nurse, were you also present during her surgical procedure?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, we're going to tender into evidence States Exhibit 70. These are Melanie Delira Castaneda's medical records. We have the business records certification here. And the records themselves are electronic. I also have, which I previously showed the defense attorney for reference, the relevant excerpts from the medical records for the witness to refer to.
Any objection to 70?
No objection, Judge. I don't think those would go back to the jury. I think they're a little better.
All right, we'll discuss all the issues about continuing witness or otherwise.
Yes.
Prior to speaking this out, but I'll make a note.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Judge. Starting with the first page on the relevant portions you have printed out for reference, can you start on their patient demographics and tell us this patient's name and date of birth?
Yes. Melanie Delira Castaneda,
Mhm.
and birthday is June 4th, 2009.
And on that same page, will you tell us what her admission diagnosis was?
A gunshot wound, arm.
Okay. Now going over to the next page that you have, it's labeled page 5. Can you tell us what her final diagnoses were?
Yes. Other displaced fracture of upper end of left humerus, initial encounter for open fracture, puncture wound without foreign body of left shoulder, initial encounter, anxiety disorder, unspecified.
All right, next I'm going to refer you to the next page, which is page 19. Can you tell us what time Melanie arrived that day?
1:30 p.m.
And what was the acuity of the patient listed as?
High risk.
Once she was there, can you tell us what service she was being provided at that facility?
Yes. Pediatric surgery.
And on the same page under procedure, can you tell me what's described?
Yes. Irrigation and debridement extremity with splint placement and wound vac placement.
And I'm going to take you to the next page, which is labeled as page 285. And can you tell us what the surgeon's findings were that were documented there?
Yes. Posterior entrance, anterior exit wound of left shoulder with significant damage to anterior deltoid musculature, fragmentation of the bone with significant peristeel stripping.
All right. And I know you're not the surgeon yourself, but can you give us kind of just a basic concept of what this procedure was?
Basic concept would be patient came in with a gunshot wound that came in through the back shoulder and exited through the front without any bullet fragments remaining.
Okay. I'm next going to take you to the next page. It's labeled page 23. And did Melanie then have a subsequent surgical procedure 2 days later on September 6th?
Yes.
And was she still inpatient at that time?
Yes.
And can you read what's listed under procedure on the September 6th surgery?
Yes. Irrigation and debridement, left humerus with closure, irrigation and debridement, incision and drainage of skin, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and bone for open fracture, open reduction and application of a coaptation splint, complex wound closure after ellipsing out of the necrotic tissue. Total wound length was 6 centimeters. Open reduction, internal fixation, extremity upper.
Okay. And very basically put, was this essentially a follow-up procedure to the September 4th procedure?
Yes.
Okay. Turning to page 261, when was Melanie discharged?
September 7th, 2024.
And lastly, I'm going to take you over to page 275. Prior to her discharge, did she have a psychology consultation?
Yes.
And on the very last page of your reference material, tell us about what Melanie reported regarding her anxiety.
When asked about whether patient was feeling more anxious since incident, patient stated, "I have anxiety, but it is worse since I got hurt."
Okay. No further questions from the state. The defense may have some questions for you.
Ross?
No gun.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're ready to go. State calls next witness.
The state calls Nautica Walton, and judge, this next witness is a juvenile.
All right. It's in media, same instructions, no recording, photographing, or otherwise, the juvenile stays.
I guess more accurately put, was a juvenile at the time. Hi, Nautica. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. I'm going to start by having you introduce yourself. And by that, I mean just tell us your name. And if you'll spell your first name, you can put your hand down. Yeah.
My name is Nautica Watson, Nautica.
All right. And Nautica, how old are you?
18,
Tell us when you turned 18.
January 31st.
All right. Well, happy late birthday.
Thank you.
And what school do you go to?
Apalachee.
All right. Nautica, what grade are you in right now?
I'm in 10th.
Okay. So were you in 9th grade during the 2024-2025 school year?
Yes.
And did you also go to Apalachee for that school year?
Yes.
And were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
And Nautica, we're going to pull up your seating chart from your class, and we just want you to confirm that where we have you on the seating chart is where you were sitting that day. Do you see your name on there?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where you were sitting on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
All right. So Nautica, I want you to tell me about when you first realized something was wrong that day.
Like from second period.
Yes, ma'am.
When I had like entered the classroom and we were like sitting down for a couple of minutes, when I heard like a loud bang, that's when I noticed something was wrong.
Okay. And tell us what you remember seeing and hearing after that first bang.
When the first bang went off, I remember my teacher falling to the floor And then Taylor in front of me, I remember seeing her fall down before I turned around and saw there was somebody at the door with a weapon. And then everybody else fell down to the floor and kind of ran closer to Miss Ryan and gathered against the wall.
Okay. How long did it feel like there was shooting going on in the classroom to you?
I don't really know. It felt like it was kind of fast, but at the same point, it felt like we were in there for a long time.
Okay. And after it stopped, what do you remember?
I remember Miss Ryan pulling me, Natalie, and Melanie to the side of the room and checking us to see if we were okay. And I remember Mr. Edwards and Mr. Edwards and Tyler going to the door to barricade it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Melody, she had blood all on her arm. I remember her blood was getting on the side of me because I was kind of laying on the side of her.
And take your time, Nautica.
I remember my teacher telling me to stay awake because I was really, really tired and I couldn't keep my body up. I remember Natalie laying on the floor saying that she was hit and crying with a big puddle of blood. And I remember just really I felt like a really hot spot at the bottom of my leg. And then I reached down and noticed that I got hit. And then my friend Brittany took off her jacket and wrapped it around my leg. And then I passed out after that.
Okay. And Nautica, were you able to, or did you try to call anyone?
I called my mom a couple times as soon as it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Our book bags were still at our seats. Usually when we first enter the class, Miss Ryan takes them up and put them behind her desk. But that day, me and Brittany kept our phones in our book bag. So after the incident had happened, I asked Brittany to get my phone while everything was going on because I couldn't move my body. I remember her crawling on the floor to go get it and bringing it back to me. And I called my mom several times, but I couldn't hear anything because everything was so muffled.
Okay. So were you having trouble hearing after the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show a few pictures to you. Did you look at these pictures before to make sure you recognized them?
Yes.
Same ones. And are those accurate pictures of your clothes that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, we would tender into evidence states exhibits 94 through 97.
No objection.
94 through 97.
All right, and what we're going to do, we're going to pull up versions of that picture on the screen so everybody can see, and we're just going to have you tell us what we're looking at.
Those are my jorts.
Okay. And did they have to cut those off you when they were providing you medical assistance?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll show you, and that's 94. We'll pull up the next one. Is that the back of those same shorts?
Yes.
Okay. And I see a mark on there. Is that blood from your injury?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll pull up 90. That's 95. We'll pull up 96. Is that a closer picture of those same shorts?
Yes.
And we'll pull up 97. And is that the inside of those shorts, that same spot from the injury?
Yes.
Okay. And Nautica, do you remember how you left from the school?
I remember being drunk, dragged out in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of in and out of it, but I do remember them cutting the emergency people cutting up my clothes and putting this really tight bandage around my leg and then putting me on a stretcher and carrying me out to the ambulance. And then once I got out there, I passed out again. And I woke back up when I was in the ambulance and we were driving.
All right. And who else was in the ambulance with you?
Melanie.
Okay. And this injury to your leg, does it still affect you to this day?
Yes.
Tell me how.
I can't play any sports because it messes with my nerve. My leg gives out sometimes. I have like random flares. When it's really cold outside, it's like kind of hard for me to function because like my leg gives up sometimes and stuff like that. So I don't do sports or anything.
Okay. And is that something that you used to enjoy doing that you haven't been able to do?
Yeah.
Okay. How has this affected you mentally and emotionally since this happened?
I'm very paranoid. I don't like being in front of the doors at school. I like don't use the bathroom at school. I always stay with somebody very closely. After the incident happened a couple months after, I had nightmares like mostly every night. I say I became kind of more distant from my friends, and I kind of became like more like depressed and like sometimes wanting to harm myself.
I don't have any more questions for you, Nautica. Thank you so much. I'll come get those pictures from you.
Carl?
No question.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Carl, send it to us.
State calls Nick Ridge.
Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, you can put your hand down. And if you'll just introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you're employed.
My name's Nick Ridge, and I work at Northside Gwinnett in Louisville.
Okay. And in what capacity do you work in Northside Gwinnett?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. How long have you been a registered nurse?
March of 2020, about 5 years.
And where did you go to school?
Nursing, I did Augusta University.
And what are your current duties as an RN there?
Currently, I'm a critical care float nurse, so I'm working in the ICU and the ER.
And were you working there in the same capacity on September 4th of 2024?
No, at that time, I was a team lead in the ER and a trauma nurse.
Turning your attention specifically to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024, were you working on that date?
I was
And what shift were you working?
7A to 7P.
And did you participate in the care of Nautica Walton?
I did.
All right, I'm going to introduce under the business records exception into evidence Nautica Walton's medical records. The records are electronic on the hard drive. This is State's Exhibit 93, and this is the business record certification. And I'm going to provide for your reference some printed out relevant portions from those records.
Any objection to that?
Same objection, Judge, as to going out to the jury. We'll discuss that later.
93 submitted in evidence.
So regarding Nautica Walton, what role did you have in her treatment?
I was the primary trauma nurse that day.
All right. I'm going to get you to speak up just a little
Sorry.
bit. You're fine. There's a microphone right in front of you. So referring you first to that first page is labeled page 5 of the records. Can you give us her full name and her age as of September 4th of 2024?
Nautica Walton, 16-year-old,
And what time did she arrive that day?
11:17 a.m.
Now, going over to page 6 of those records, can you tell us what the reason was for her hospital visit?
A leg gunshot wound.
Now, I'm going to have you turn to the next page. It should be labeled page 14 of those records. Can you read what was documented under history of present illness?
Sure. Trauma Jasper 14 is a 16-year-old female patient assigned to room trauma 1 who presents to the ED with a gunshot wound to her left thigh. Per EMS, the patient was shot with an assault rifle, but unknown caliber. EMS states that the patient was ANO4 on scene and bleeding was controlled. EMS reports her most recent blood pressure was 92/56. The patient currently rates her pain at 10 out of 10.
Okay. And what's A and O by for?
Alert and oriented.
Okay. On the next page, page 15, can you tell us what was documented under lower extremity?
Penetrating injury to the posterior mid-thigh, no active bleeding, abrasion to the left proximal buttock and left upper thigh. Full range of motion, pulses and sensation are normal.
And did Nautica also get an x-ray?
Yes, X-ray showed preliminary interpretation was done by Dr. James Smith. It showed no fractures or dislocations, no soft tissue abnormality, no bony abnormality, metal or metallic bullet fragments present.
Okay, so are those metallic bullet fragments something that would show up on an x-ray?
Yes.
Okay. Going over to page 62.
Mhm.
I believe that's the last page of that packet you have. Can you tell us what her spiritual care assessment narrative described about Nautica while she was at Northside Gwinnett?
Sure. Nautica was shocked by her traumatic situation. She was joined by her foster mother and caseworker, as well as foster siblings, ones that were in the same school. Nautica could not speak of what happened as she seemed to still be in shock. I made sure to turn the lights down, speak softly, and walked her through a meditation. We used breathing exercises and I held her hand. Later, I spoke with the next of kin to make sure that you use low lights and speak softly. I also mentioned the shocked state to the BH team. I also offered advocacy, presence, support, and prayer. Patient seemed to shake less and breathe deeper.
Thank you. And lastly, was Nautica able to be discharged that day?
She was.
No further questions from me.
Ross?
No question.
All right, thank you, sir. You're ready to go.
Thank you.
State calls next, please.
State calls Taylor Jones. No, this is a juvenile witness.
All right, media, same precautions. We have another juvenile testifying.
All right, Taylor, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury? And by that, I just mean tell us your name.
Taylor Jones,
And how old are you, Taylor?
16,
And when did you turn 16?
October 14th,
2025? And what school do you go to?
Apalachee High School.
Were you at Apalachee High School during the 2024 and 2025 school year?
Yes.
And what grade were you in?
9th.
Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember who you had for second period?
Miss Ryan,
And what type of class was that?
Algebra 1.
All right. I'm going to show you a class seating chart. It's going to be right in front of you. Is that where that red circle is? Is that where you were seated?
Yes.
Do you remember if that was the first time you were seated there? Had your seating chart changed that day?
Yeah.
On that day, while you were in class, do you remember kind of what drew your attention to something being wrong?
Something like in my body just like told me to look at the door, and then
So something told you to look at the door. What happened?
there was a kid standing there with a gun.
Did you know who that was?
No,
Had you ever seen him before?
no.
What do you remember about what he did?
He like stood there and then he started shooting at us.
What did you do when the shooting started?
We all jumped to the floor.
Do you remember when you realized that you had been shot?
Yeah.
And tell us about that.
After I got shot, I turned to my friend Landon and I asked him to hold my hand because I was scared.
And did he hold your hand?
Yeah.
Where were you when you asked him to hold your hand?
I was in the classroom floor.
What do you remember about being on the floor? Did you stay conscious or did you pass out at some point?
I passed out at some point.
What was going through your head when this happened?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being afraid?
Yeah.
How long do you think it took before you were taken out of that classroom?
I don't know.
Did you stay kind of unconscious until they took you out?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you went after they took you out of the classroom?
They put me in a helicopter and I flew to Grady
Where were you shot?
in my leg.
So you went to Grady Hospital in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Do you remember how long you had to stay at Grady Hospital?
Like a couple weeks to a month.
And while you were there, did you have to have surgery?
Yes.
Was it more than one surgery?
Yes.
Do you know how many surgeries you had to have?
No.
Since you were hospitalized that first time, have you had to be hospitalized more than that?
Yes.
Do you know about how long you've had to spend in the hospital since September 4th?
I spent like months.
Months? How have your activities been limited since you were shot?
I can't really do any of them anymore.
What activities did you used to like to do that you can't do anymore?
I used to play volleyball.
Were you on the volleyball team at school?
Yes.
And have you been able to go back to the volleyball team?
No.
Do you still have any physical difficulties?
Yeah.
Tell us about those.
Like it's like hard to walk and I can't like move my foot or anything really.
Are you still getting treatment?
Yeah.
What kind of treatment do you still get?
I go to physical therapy and then I get like Botox shots and just like shots that help my pain.
When have you been able to physically go back to school?
Yes.
When were you able to go back to school?
I went back the first day
The first day
of this school year.
of this new school year? So you were out for about a whole year?
Yes.
In addition to having to go to physical therapy, do you also go to counseling?
Yes.
So beyond the physical injuries you've described and your physical limitations, can you tell us about how else this has affected you?
I don't know.
Okay. And that's okay. Are you nervous today?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions, Taylor. Thank you so much. Just wait 1 second. I just want to make sure.
They're done. It's
Yeah,
on
we're
the
done.
cross.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can we get break briefly before we close?
Yes.
Griffith to the stand.
And Your Honor, she is also a juvenile for the purposes of your order.
Thank you. All right, same instructions to the media. You are not to photograph, record, or transmit anything regarding the child's case.
Natalie, how are you today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So the microphone in front of you, that's so the lady here can hear you, and that's so these people here can hear you. So if you could speak into the microphone whenever we talk, okay? If you could first raise your right hand. Okay. You swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Natalie Griffith.
Okay, and Natalie, how old are you?
I am 16 years old.
Okay, where do you go to school?
I go to school at Apalachee High School.
Okay, I want to take your attention back to last year, 2024. What grade were you in?
I was a freshman.
And for second period that year, who did you have for second period?
I had Miss Ryan, my algebra teacher.
Okay, and so it was algebra?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to put up a seating chart. I want to take your attention to September 4th. Did y'all have new seats that day?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a circle on that seating chart. Is that where you were sitting on
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what were y'all doing that morning in that class? Do you remember?
I can remember what happened right before.
You don't remember?
I can,
Okay.
to the best of my abilities. I'm pretty sure Miss Ryan was teaching us some stuff, and we were about to group off into groups so that we could practice the content on our own and with each other. And then she was most likely going to then have us come back together to, check our work and stuff.
Okay.
And as she was giving the instructions, we heard a bang
Where did you hear the bang coming from?
outside,
Okay.
outside the door, like around.
Okay. What did you do when you heard that bang?
I was crocheting. I stood up,
I'm sorry, you were what?
crocheting.
Crocheting?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do it to give my hands something to do.
Okay.
I stood up.
You stood up?
Yeah,
Did you look towards the door?
I think I did.
Did you see anybody at the door?
No, it happened really fast. I didn't really process what was happening.
Okay. What happened?
It happened really quickly. I'm pretty sure there were gunshots, but the thing is, my brain didn't process any of the sounds that were coming into my ears. Next, what's called my hand all of a sudden felt weird, and I heard a ringing in my ear, and I looked down, and there was blood and then seemingly a hole in my wrist.
I want to.
And around right up here, it was hurting.
You
And I
said that you're speaking softly, so I'm just going to repeat a
Sorry.
little bit. You said you felt a tingling in your arm, or
It was painful, but it felt weird.
okay. And
It
which arm
was-
was this?
Hmm?
Which arm was
My
it?
left.
Okay. That's the first thing you remember was the pain in your arm, that weird feeling.
Yes, it was painful, but it was also like an absence of feeling,
Mhm.
like something almost frozen off, but not cold.
Okay. And what happened after that?
Afterwards, I started to scream. I was screaming that I got shot. I got shot. I was yelling that I was
When
getting
did you
shot.
first know that you got shot?
When I looked down at my wrist and I saw it,
What did you see?
it was very blurry because it was very quick.
Mhm.
I think I was subconsciously trying to not, once I registered that it was blood and what exactly it was, my brain kind of blocked it out.
Okay.
And I knew what it was. It was a hole.
There was a hole. Where in
Right.
your arm was the hole? Okay. So kind of the wrist and towards your elbow.
Yes, and then I didn't know this at the time, but I had also had another one up on around my shoulder.
So you were shot more than once,
Yes, seemingly twice.
twice.
Yes,
Okay. So you've now noticed you've been shot, and I think you said you were screaming.
yes.
What were you screaming?
I got shot. I'm a kid and I got shot.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
It was very quick. I think I fell over, or Miss Ryan was telling us to get down.
Mhm.
I can't remember anything that anyone really said. I might have blacked out for a moment, but I was at some point I was on the floor and I was laying down
Okay. Where about in the room were you on the floor laying down?
on the side of the wall.
Was anyone with you?
Yes,
Who was with you?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. And what was she doing?
She was holding my hand. I'm pretty sure she made a tourniquet. I wasn't really looking because I was trying to not see it.
Mhm.
I think she was making a tourniquet, or she was covering my hand so that I wouldn't see it. Could you repeat the question?
That's fine. Yeah, so you're laying there by the wall, and Miss Ryan's with you.
Yeah.
Do you move away from that wall before anyone, like medical people, get there?
No, I couldn't get up.
Okay. Did you see
I blacked
anything
out for
else
a
that
bit.
was happening around the room while you laid there?
Yes, but also no. I was kind
What do you
of.
remember?
I remember afterwards when things settled down,
Mhm.
I was looking around the room. I saw the plushie that I would use, what's called as like a fidget toy,
Mhm.
across the room, and it was laying down, and there was a splatter of blood on it.
A fidget toy?
Yeah, I saw I saw Coach Edwards, and I think Tyler. I'm not sure. They were barricading the door, moving desks and chairs in front of it.
Okay.
And I remember when the police got in.
Okay.
I heard a bang. They were banging on it, and then finally they got in.
Okay. How long was it before the police came in?
I can't tell you. It was like time stopped.
Okay.
Everything was moving very quickly and slowly.
Quickly and slowly?
Time was seemingly moving quickly, but to me it was very slow.
So the police come in. What do they do?
They looked around. At that point, I kind of went off on my own.
Do you mean
And
physically or
mentally.
Mentally.
And the next thing I know, they were picking me up by my arms and legs, and they were taking me out and putting me on a stretcher.
Okay. Did they say anything to you while they were doing this?
Yes,
What kind of things were they saying?
I can't remember.
Okay. Were you saying anything to them?
Yes,
What were you saying to them?
mainly sarcastic things. I was trying to distract myself.
What type of things were you saying?
I remember my Crocs. They were starting to slip off, and I asked one of them to try and push them back on, but I didn't communicate that correctly, and so I instead ended with them like thinking I wanted them to take them off, so they were thrown across the room, and I thought I would never see them again.
They took your Crocs off?
Yes.
Okay. Were you worried about anything while
Yes.
they were doing? What kind of things were you worried about?
My friend Lorelai, she was only like her class was only around the corner, and I was worried
Okay.
that her class had also gotten shot, and I was also worried that I was going to die, and how that would affect my parents
Okay.
because my dad has a heart problem.
Did they put any sort of like, what did they do to treat you there at the school?
They put a tourniquet on me. I know they gave me pain medicine. They talked to me. The paramedic that was with me, they talked to me, and it helped me. It helped distract me.
Okay. How did you leave the school?
By an ambulance.
Okay. As you were leaving the school, did you see anything?
Leaving the school,
Mm-hmm.
not the
Being
building.
taken out of the building.
Taken out of the building. Yes, I saw Colt Gray. He was on the floor with his hands behind his back.
Had you ever seen him before?
No,
Okay. Did you know who he was?
no.
Okay.
I remember thinking.
What did you think when you saw him?
I saw red. I was very mad. I hadn't even processed it as a kid. When I thought about who would do this, I was thinking maybe an angry parent, some kind of alumni that had a bad experience at the high school, terrorist attacks, anything. I did not think another student that had no reason to be in my school with a gun.
Did you
What if
say
I know?
anything to him when you passed him?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
Am I allowed to say that? And
Yes, ma'am.
You fucking asshole. I swear. I'm pretty sure I said, I swear I'm gonna fucking kill you. I said a lot of curse words and I was very angry, especially at the time, because I thought that they were going to have to amputate my,
You were
also my
upset.
hand. Yeah.
So they take you outside.
And I
is the
remember
ambulance-
yelling at him that we were kids. Because we were kids.
When they take you outside, was the ambulance close to the building?
Yes.
And they put you in the ambulance. Was anyone else in the ambulance?
For a bit, yeah, because they moved me to a different ambulance. Yes.
Okay. Who was in the ambulance with you?
Taylor.
Taylor Jones?
Yes.
At some point, where does the ambulance take you? Tell me about your trip in the ambulance.
The first one I was in for a bit, they did leave me alone.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure to help take care of Taylor and the others.
Okay.
I remember they asked me who the girl who was in the ambulance with me was,
Mhm.
and the only description they gave me was that she was blonde, and so I thought she was another one of our classmates, Jalen.
Jalen? Mhm. So
Yeah.
you gave the wrong name?
Huh? Yes, I did give the wrong name. And so at the end, I remember I was kind of fidgeting with my own brain.
How long
I
did it
was-
take you to get to the hospital?
I'm not really sure. It felt like forever.
And what hospital did you go to? Do you know?
Northeast Georgia and Gainesville. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Um,
What happened? Do you remember being at the hospital? What happened
Yes.
when you arrived?
At first, when I got there, they took me out of the ambulance with the stretcher that was with my head like going outward, so it was my head first. They took me to an ER, and I remember they were assessing me. There was there was a chaplain there, and she said how she was a chaplain and how she was pretty much there to act as like my semi-guardian while my parents were there.
Had your parents arrived yet? Do you know?
No, I'm not sure my parents had been informed yet. I don't really know, but they weren't there, at least while I was conscious.
Did you have any surgeries?
Yes,
Okay. And how long were you in the hospital after the surgery?
about a week.
About a week. And do you know what types of surgery you had?
I don't know the exact names of them, but I do know what happened, and I semi know what happened with them. And
Okay.
then,
Did doctors kind of explain to you what they were doing?
yes,
What did they explain to you?
on September 4th, they didn't explain what they were going to do or what they were doing. I didn't meet the doctor that operated on me until afterwards.
Okay. And what did he tell you he had done?
I can't really remember the exact medical terms. I know they
I
had
don't
tried.
need medical
with
terms,
mine,
just
but
I need teenager terms.
they had.
What was your
closed-
understanding of what they had done to you?
They had taken some cadaver nerves out of someone else and given me and grafted them onto mine because I had a big because my nerves were severed. The one that was around my wrist, and also we didn't figure this out until a couple months later, but also one up my median nerve, I think it's called, up around my shoulder was also.
You said you were
They
in the
closed
hospital.
it and they fixed it.
You said you were in the hospital for a week after that surgery. Did you have other surgeries during that week?
No.
When you came, did you come home after that?
Yes.
When you were home, was there any issues with your arm? How did your arm feel? How were you able to use your arm?
I couldn't, and I didn't feel it.
Were you in a cast?
No, because they had to. I had gauze and stuff, and it had to be changed out every day. So I wasn't ever in a cast. I was in a brace/splint,
Okay.
and they'd have to unwrap it daily, so that way.
Were you able to use your hand?
No. It was after the surgery. I had to look at my arm just to know that it was attached to my body.
I was about to ask, could you feel your arm?
No. What's it called? It wasn't. For a bit, I had trouble because I couldn't even like let it hang down.
Mhm.
I had to like carry it. And I would have trouble doing that for a bit. At some point, I got used to it because it felt like a dead limb.
Okay. Were you able to go back to school during this time? Right after you got out of the hospital?
No, and the schools weren't open yet.
Okay. Did you ever have to go back for a follow-up surgery?
Yes,
How long after you came home from the first one did you go back to the follow-up?
my second surgery was on September 2nd, 2025.
So a year later?
Yes,
Okay.
they wanted me to heal as much as I could by myself before they went in, and they did anything else because if I could heal by myself, they didn't want to put me through the.
Okay, well then let's go back a little bit then. During that year, did it start getting better, your use of the arm and the feeling in your arm?
Yes,
Okay, tell me
But
about
not-
that.
Hmm?
Tell me about that.
so for I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months, I couldn't really do anything with my hand. I had to have to use my mouth as like a second hand.
You used your mouth as a second hand? Okay.
Yeah. I can't tell you exactly how many months from the shooting it had been till I was able to move I could semi-move my fingers afterwards, but it didn't feel like it. Like my brain was sending the signals to my hand and they were receiving them, but I couldn't really tell. It felt like they weren't moving. And it wasn't until I look at it and I'd see that it was moving that I knew like, oh, that is working.
Were you doing physical therapy at this time?
Yes.
What kind of things were you doing for physical therapy?
It was a lot of stretches in the beginning.
Mhm.
I couldn't physically move my hand. I couldn't move my wrist until maybe 6 months, maybe. I'm not sure. That's probably not the right time span. I couldn't move my wrist at all by myself. By myself, moving it up or down.
And so at some point you went and had this second surgery in
Yes.
September of 2025.
Yes.
What were they telling you they were going to do?
They took sural nerve from my left calf, a sensory nerve that I didn't really need,
Mhm.
and they mixed it in with with the cadaver nerve nerve graft they had given me on September 4th because since it's sural nerve, it's on foreign DNA,
Okay.
and so my body was less prone to reject it.
Since it was yours, it was.
Yes, because I'm the
Um,
cadaver nerve.
How long did you stay in the hospital after that surgery?
I left the day of.
Day of.
Yes.
Since that time, have you noticed a difference? Has it been getting better?
Yes and no.
Okay, well, tell me about the yes first.
I'm using my hand more. Even if you see now, I'm actually fidgeting with my hand.
Okay.
Before, it would just kind of sit off to the side, or I'd sit it in my lap and only use my right hand.
Okay.
I'm able to use it more now,
Can you feel better?
but also,
Can you feel your fingers better than you did before the surgery?
I want to say yes. It hasn't been long enough really to see any effects. The main thing that I noticed after the surgery now is like it's now fully healed, because after the surgery it was a lot of waiting, just for it to close up and me to get back to what I was doing before I had it. And then I want to say I use my hand more now.
Okay. And you also said, no, it's not better in some ways. What was that?
Just that I can't see, like how their faces change a lot over time, but you don't really notice that change in your face, but everyone else will. Just because I'm living with it every single day. I don't really notice because it's gradual and small over time.
Today, are there limitations of what you can do with that?
Yes.
hand? What are those limitations?
I can't text. I can't move my thumb outwards, which you use a lot.
Opposable thumbs are important.
Yeah, I don't have an opposable thumb. My thumb can go like that. I don't have complete independent finger function.
Mhm.
If you see, I can't move my fingers.
So you can't move one at a time.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can't. They can move together, but which makes doing a lot of fine motor tasks extremely hard. I can't tie my shoes,
How
stuff like
about
that.
pain? Is there any pain today?
Today, no. It was after the shooting, I had a lot of pain, and it slowly quieted over time. When I do have it, it's not constant and consistent. It's like sharp and like sporadic. Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy, but I can't find one. Just, it happens sporadic and randomly sharp pains in my wrist, my thumb, and stuff like a needle coming out of my skin.
So Natalie, we talked a lot about your physical limitations and healing. What about your emotions? What were they like directly after? Did you have some emotional issues after this?
I'd like to say yeah.
I'm sorry,
I'd like to say yes.
in what way?
Afterwards, I couldn't place where my emotions were. If you told me how I was feeling, I would say I was okay or I'm fine, because I couldn't find the correct adjective to use.
Okay.
I guess now I would use the word distraught, dazed.
Okay.
I couldn't. I had PTSD afterwards. Even now, my brain now goes towards possibilities, and just everyday things. Driving, I think someone could crash into our car right now, send us flying off the road, and we could all die. When someone knocks on the door in my classroom, I think, do they have a gun? Before I think, oh, it's Alex coming back from the bathroom. I'm just using a random name.
We talked about you doing physical therapy for your physical limitations. Are you doing counseling for your emotional issues?
Yes,
Okay. How's that going?
it's going good. I haven't had any in about 2 months, but that's just personal stuff with scheduling. But I'm gonna be back in counseling soon.
Okay.
And I was in therapy before the shooting as well.
So Natalie, I don't have any more questions for you, but the defense may have some. Thank you very much.
Cross.
No question, John. Thank you.
Thank you. You're good to go. Call us next week.
The state calls Taylor Lawrence. All right, you'll go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you want to start just by introducing yourself to the jury, tell us where you're employed.
I'm employed with Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My name is Taylor Lawrence, and I'm a crime scene specialist, special agent.
All right, and what GBI office are you out of?
I'm out of Region 8, Cleveland.
Okay. And even though you work out of Cleveland, did you provide assistance in the Apalachee High School shooting investigation on September 4th of 2024?
I did.
And how did you become involved with that?
I interviewed Natalie Griffith.
Okay. And where did you respond to do that?
I was told that there was a victim at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville, Georgia. And at that time, I didn't have a name. And once I got to the hospital, that's when they told me and showed me to where she was in surgery.
All right. And in your capacity at the GBI, was your office and other outside offices coming into Barrow County and the surrounding hospitals to provide assistance to law enforcement on that day?
We did, yes.
So when you first got to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, were you able to speak with Natalie initially?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not. No, she was in surgery when I arrived at the hospital.
Okay. Did you speak with a nurse who was familiar with Natalie's treatment?
I did, yes.
And did that nurse also provide Natalie's clothing to you?
She did.
Okay. And what did you do with the clothing once you received that from the hospital employee?
When I found the clothing, it was in a plastic bag that the nurses had put all her clothing in. And at that time, I went through the bag to see what clothing was in there and what items were in there. I then photographed a couple of them just to get an idea of what was in the bag.
Okay. And was the clothing subsequently put into evidence?
It was, yes.
Okay. Even though Natalie was in surgery when you first arrived, were you later able to speak with her that day?
I was, yes.
And tell us about what her demeanor was like on September 4th.
The interview on September 4th, she was very mad. She was very ready to go, kind of upbeat. She had a good attitude about healing, but she was mainly mad. She couldn't recall everything that happened, mainly because her back was to the door. But I just remember her being very upset.
Okay. And on that day, did you also have an opportunity to photograph some of her, not the primary wound that was performed surgery on, but some of her other visible injuries?
I was, yes.
Okay. And before we go into the pictures that you took, did you speak with Natalie a second time on a subsequent day?
I did on Friday.
Okay. So that'd be 2 days, I guess, after the shooting?
Correct.
And tell us about her demeanor that day when you saw her that second time.
During the second interview, she was much more soft-spoken. I had to kind of ask her more in-depth questions to get her to talk about it. She seemed more traumatized, like it had set in what had actually happened to her. And her and I actually had a cry spell together as well. So.
Okay. So it was an emotional time for everybody
It was.
involved. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 80 through 92. And if you'll just flip through those and tell us if you're familiar with those photographs.
Yes, I am. These are photographs I took.
Okay. And are those both of Natalie's person and her clothing?
Yes,
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took that day?
they are, yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we tender States Exhibits 80 through 92, and we're going to publish those for the jury.
Okay. All right, 80 through 92 are good.
All right, we're going to pull these up on the screens. It should appear behind and in front of you, and we'll just talk through one by one. We're going to start with States Exhibit 80. Will you tell us what that's a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the injuries to her right hand.
Okay. And by her, you mean Natalie Griffith?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, you're fine. And we'll go on to 81.
This is just a different angle of that same hand.
Okay. And do y'all use that measuring stick just to give a perspective of the size of the injuries?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to 82.
This is a photograph of Natalie Griffith's chin.
Okay. And these are all injuries sustained during the shooting?
Correct.
Okay. And 83.
This is just a different angle of that same injury.
84.
This is a photograph of her chin and then as well as injuries to her chest
Okay.
and neck.
And 85.
This is a photograph of the jeans she was wearing when she was shot.
And 86.
This is a photograph of the back of the jeans.
And 87.
This is a photograph of the t-shirt that Natalie was wearing when she was shot.
Okay, let me see the damage done to the shirt. Is it your understanding that damage is from the shooting?
I believe part of it is EMS. When they responded to her, they cut some of the shirt, but that is the area where the bullet wound was. And then there's also a hole near the neckline as well that is a bullet defect.
Okay. And 88.
This is the neckline bullet defect.
All right. And can you point on that screen behind you? And it's kind of hard with the black shirt where that defect is. Perfect. Thank you. And 89.
This is a photograph of the inside of the t-shirt. I'm just photographing all sides of this defect.
States 90.
This is the bra that Natalie was wearing.
And 91.
This is a mid-range view of a bullet defect in her bra.
Okay. And 92.
And here I'm just showing how large the hole was.
And I do not have any additional questions for you, but the defense may have some. I'll come grab this.
No question, John.
All right, thank you. Here we go. It's about 10:30. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-15-minute restroom break. We'll discuss the case. Doing your research. We can discuss for 10 to 15 minutes.
our next witness is a medical witness for Natalie Griffith, and there are some pictures we are showing for him that are graphic. So I just wanted to, I guess, put it on the record for the purposes of the media, not recording it and for anyone in the audience to know that there will be some graphic pictures being shown.
Are these are from the hospital?
Yeah, the hospital pictures. Yes.
Trying to remember.
A little concerned about the photographs of the minor, even being shown. So,
As in, they're prohibited from showing photographs of a minor?
well, I'm just.
You mean the state from admitting them into evidence? or-
I don't mind the jury seeing them, obviously, but to report those, to, for them to film those photographs of a minor, and show them on the news, I think would be inappropriate.
I think it still is, and I mean, I can always just, I guess, have the medical records go around with the jury, but is there a way to blank that screen out and just have those screens show?
I thought there was, but apparently there's not. Let me preview the.
The court likes to see those photographs, maybe.
Yeah, I'm good. I like.
Yes, my problem is we're very cautious about showing their faces, but there's no problem with showing their injuries. Doesn't seem to be consistent.
I do think it would be consistent with crime scene photos, but I don't know, I don't think the news would want to show them because they are very gruesome.
All right. Yeah, I don't know that they were discussed directly on point at our Friday motions. Having viewed the photographs, I would agree that they are not likely something that the news would publish or broadcast. I don't see any benefit to the general public via the media seeing these photographs. So I'll go ahead and direct the media not to record or transmit the photographs, as at least a couple of them are very, I'll use the word gruesome. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Are we otherwise ready for the jury if they're ready?
Yes, sure. Can we have 2 minutes?
Yes. And Ms. Brooks, is this your witness?
Yes, sure.
If you just want to make some sort of cautionary statement to the jury right before you
Yeah.
publish them, just. Sorry, we have a minor technology issue we had to work out. State calls next week.
The state calls Sydney Garner. All right, Mr. Garner, can you go ahead and raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury and go ahead and spell your first and last name as well?
Sidney Garner, SIDNEY, GARNER.
Sorry, I somehow inadvertently thrown away your questions. All right, so tell us what you do.
I'm a registered nurse at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville in the emergency department.
And how long have you worked in Gainesville?
I've been in Gainesville for 10 years.
And have you worked anywhere else as a nurse?
As a nurse, I was a paramedic for 10 years prior for Gwinnett County Fire.
Can you tell us about your education that, I guess, allowed you to be a nurse?
I received my undergrad at the Alabama. That was my BSN. Then I got a master's at the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
And they still let you work in Georgia?
Yes.
All right. So you said that you were fireman and EMT prior to becoming a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
In that profession, did you have the occasion to come across emergencies, gunshot wounds, that sort of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how many of those types of incidents where there was a crime committed or someone had been shot did you come across?
Countless. I couldn't put a number on it. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you work at Northeast Georgia in Gainesville, and you indicated that you are an emergency room nurse. Can you tell us what that means? Like, what do you do?
I'm currently an assistant nurse manager. I've got 30 employees under me in the department. I'm also one of 18 shock trauma nurses in the department that has specialized in trauma and shock patients.
And tell me how that differs from being a regular ER nurse when you're dealing with shock trauma patients.
Specialty training, extra meetings every month as well.
Okay. And is there a shock trauma nurse on every shift?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to the afternoon of September 4th of 2024. Were you working on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift were you working?
I worked 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And what was your role on that shift?
My role in that shift was team lead that day. I was over what we call the A area or our trauma area in the department.
And as team lead, what is your job?
My job was to oversee the nurses, 4 nurses in that zone, to oversee 10 patients in that area as well.
So was there a separate shock trauma nurse on duty?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in the care of Natalie Griffith that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you end up participating in her care?
I was the lead charter in the room when she arrived.
Okay. And did you sort of take over the role of shock trauma nurse as well?
Yes, ma'am. The shock trauma nurse that day was a newer nurse. And the charge nurse had asked me to take on that position due to the news of a potential shooting in the area.
And was that kind of based on your previous experience as a EMT and firefighter that you
Yes,
can handle
ma'am.
this type of situation?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about Natalie's demeanor that day?
I remember her coming when she came in, she was calm, especially for a 15-year-old.
And was she asking for anyone or doing anything?
She asked for her mother multiple times.
At this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 79, which are Natalie Griffith's medical records. And we're introducing them under the business records exception.
Okay. All right, 79's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm just going to hand these to you in case you need them when you're answering
ma'am.
questions. Can you tell us what time Natalie arrived at the hospital?
Natalie was registered in the emergency department at 12:01
And how was she transported there?
by ambulance.
Did you participate in assessing her when she arrived at the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was she?
Natalie was 15.
Can you describe what her injuries were?
Yes, ma'am. Natalie had appeared to what be a graze wound across the top of her left breast, a penetrating wound to the upper left arm on the medial and lateral side, also a large wound to the left wrist.
And when you say graze wound, can you tell us what you mean by that?
It appeared something had cut through the tissue of the top of the left chest. It did not penetrate in, but it was kind of filleted open.
And can you tell us what you mean by penetrating wound?
What we assumed to be a GSW at the time, a gunshot wound.
And I think you indicated that there was a lateral and then
Yes, ma'am. There was a wound to the medial side of the arm and the opposite side of the arm.
and in terms of,
Potentially a entrance and exit wound.
okay, so an entrance and exit wound of a gunshot.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also indicated there was another wound on her wrist.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the cause of that wound?
Most likely a GSW,
And again, GSW is shorthand for gunshot wound.
gunshot wound. Yes, ma'am.
Is that a term that y'all use?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your training and experience, both as a shock trauma nurse as well as a fire and EMT, are those types of injuries painful?
They are very painful. Yes, ma'am.
And based on the location of the gunshot, was it possible that Natalie could have lost the use of her arm?
Potentially. Yes, ma'am.
During the course of her treatment, were photographs taken of her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those taken at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they also made part of the medical record?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this time, I am going to show pictures and display them to the jury. Some of the pictures are graphic, so I wanted to put a notice on the record for the audience as well as the jurors that there will be a few graphic pictures being shown.
Thank you.
Okay. And we're going to bring these pictures up. They are just part of State's Exhibit 79. So I'm just going to ask you as I bring them up, this is on page 15 of the medical records, if you could describe what that injury shows.
I believe this is the posterior side of the arm, or what I was calling the lateral side, the back side of the left arm, a potentially exit or entrance wound from a GSW or a gunshot wound.
And we'll move to the next page, which is page 16 of State's Exhibit 79. And can you tell us what that shows?
Yes, ma'am. This is the larger wound that you see towards the middle is what I told you was like the graze wound, where it was kind of filleted open. And then that is another penetrating wound just above the orange tourniquet on the arm that could have been an exit or entrance.
And I assume there was no bullet or bullet fragments found in her arm, suggesting that it exited. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll move to page 17. All right, can you tell us what that shows?
This is the left anterior wrist.
All right, and again, that is an apparent gunshot wound.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll move this page 18.
It's a different angle of the same wound.
Okay, thank you. And there's one more on page 19.
And same wound, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As far as the injury to the wrist, was it also possible that she would have lost the use of her wrist based on that injury?
Yes, ma'am.
While Natalie was at the hospital, what treatment did she undergo?
She received IV antibiotic therapy. She went to the OR for repair of that right wrist, a washout of the left wrist, I'm sorry, a washout of the left arm as well. And then after the OR on the floor, when she was admitted, she did receive screening for PTSD.
And can you just tell us what you mean by washout of the arm?
To clean out any debris that might be left in the arm to prevent infection.
Does that aid in the healing of the injury?
Yes, ma'am.
You also indicated that she was screened for PTSD.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the result of that screening?
The result was positive.
And that means that she had screened that she did have PTSD.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us when she was discharged from the hospital? I believe it's on page 1
Is it on page 1?
under discharge information.
She was discharged September 25th at 12:39 in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Cross?
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
State calls next, please.
State calls Jackson Beaver and just is a juvenile.
All right, resume the media. We have juveniles at time, so it's any instructions regarding filming or photographing or broadcasting, anything about witnesses' face.
All right, Jackson, I'm going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Perfect. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. And I'm going to start by having you say your name, and if you'll spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Jackson Thomas Beaver.
Okay.
It's spelled Jaxson. But
Yep. And how do you spell Beaver?
Beaver.
Thank you. And Jackson, how old are you?
I am 16, about to turn 17.
Okay. So you're about to turn 17. When's your birthday?
June 12th, 2009.
All right. And Jackson, did you used to go to Apalachee High School?
No. I mean, I was new to the school.
You
whatever
were new to the
happened,
school? Okay. So did you go to Apalachee for a short period of time?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that your freshman year of school?
Yeah, it was.
And was that last school year, so 2024 into 2025, that it would have been that year?
Mhm.
Okay. So let's talk about September of 2024. Were you going to Apalachee then?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Do you remember who you had for second period?
I had Miss Ryan.
And what I'm going to do is we're going to pull up your class's seating chart on that screen in front of you. And we're going to have where we believe your desk was circled. Uh-oh. Hold on. Do you remember where you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you check out that seating chart and you see where your name is circled? Is that accurate to where you were sitting?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. And Jackson, on that day, did something bad happen when you were in Miss Ryan's class?
Other than the obvious, nothing.
Okay. And when you say the obvious, why don't you tell me when you noticed that something was wrong?
Whenever I came to school, I noticed that the Wi-Fi wasn't working
Okay.
and everything was feeling just a bit off
Okay.
to me.
So you're kind of having an off day going into it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you get to second period and you're in Miss Ryan's class. And what happened then?
Me and this other kid, we were both doing our work, and then the kid came through the door and just started doing everything.
Okay. And Jackson, when you say doing everything, what do you mean?
He started shooting.
Okay. What do you remember noticing when that started?
I remember just chaos happening, people throwing chairs, screaming, people on the floor.
Do you remember what you did?
I was also on the floor. I was trying to figure out what happened.
And if you had to guess in your mind, how long did that shooting go on for?
Felt like hours.
And do you remember at some point that it stopped?
I only felt like it stopped whenever everyone was calmed.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
Everyone was checking up on everyone, seeing who got hurt.
Do you remember anything about anyone specific that was in your class?
No, not really.
Okay. And at some point, did you realize that you yourself was hurt?
I noticed whenever I was hurt, if I looked down and I saw a hole in my shorts and noticed I was bleeding. That's when I knew I was hurt.
Okay.
But I didn't focus that much on it.
Gotcha. And how long did it feel like y'all were in the room until law enforcement came?
Maybe half an hour.
Okay. So did it feel like kind of a long time
Yeah.
that you were waiting? Okay. And once law enforcement came, what do you remember doing?
I remember they told us to put our hands up, and we all did. And they just escorted us outside the class to Hammond Morris's Hill.
Okay. And do you remember when they told y'all to put your hands up when you were walking out? Was there anything that was difficult about that for you?
I was busy trying to see how much I was bleeding.
Mhm.
So it was kind of hard for me to put both my hands up, but I just decided to put both my hands up anyways.
Okay. So you were trying to grab your leg at the same time? Okay. And while you were in the room, were you able to contact your family or anything like that?
No, I was unable to contact my family
Okay.
in any way possible.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Kind of scared, thinking he was going to come back into the room.
Okay. And once y'all got out to the football field, was somebody able to look at your leg?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Everyone was kind of just hugging each other, trying to not understand what was happening.
Gotcha. And then before you left that day, were you able to get bandaged up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who eventually came for you to meet you at the school?
My mom
Okay.
and my sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, after this shooting happened, was your school closed for a little while?
Yes, it was.
And once it reopened, did you try to go back to school?
Yeah, I tried for maybe 3 months.
Okay. And you say you tried. Tell me what that looked like.
Every time I went back to the school, I would feel like something bad was going to happen again, and I couldn't wait, and I had to go home right
Okay.
after.
All right. So whenever you were going to school, did you usually make it through the day or not make it through the day?
I couldn't make it through the day without worrying about what would happen.
Okay. And so what did you end up doing? Do you still go to Apalachee now?
We eventually just gave up on going to school,
Okay.
and we were trying to get us back to school. We were trying to get me back to school.
Okay. And when you were at school at Apalachee, I know you said you were new to the school since you were a freshman. Had you started with any extracurricular activities?
I was in marching band, and I was gonna probably sign up for boxing.
Okay. And did you enjoy marching band when you were in it?
Yeah, I loved marching band. It was really fun.
Okay. So you said that you weren't able to stay in school because you couldn't get through the day. Did that affect your ability to be in the marching band at school?
Yeah, it really did,
Okay.
because it was also involved with the school.
All right. So are you able to do that now that you're not able to go to regular school?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you miss?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in your day-to-day life, does what happened to you still affect you, like mentally or emotionally?
Sometimes I just forget it happens, but whenever I do, it kind of messes me up a lot. Yeah.
And when you say messes you up, what do you mean?
Kind of just lay in my bed and just let the day go by.
Okay. All right, Jackson, I don't have any other questions for you. They may have a question for you.
Carl, no question, Jim. All right.
You're good to go. Thank you, Jackson.
State calls next week.
The state calls Ronaldo Vega, and Judge, he is also a juvenile.
All right. You need to have the same juvenile instructions here.
All right, I'm going to start by having you raise your right hand. Put your hand up. Perfect. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. And will you introduce yourself? And by that, I mean just tell us your name, and if you want to spell your first and last name for us, and you can go ahead and put your hand down.
My name is Ronaldo. It's spelled Ronaldo.
Okay. And what's your last name?
Vega.
And how do you spell that?
Vega.
Thanks. And Ronaldo, what school do you go to?
I go to Apalachee.
Okay. And how old are you?
16.
So what grade are you in right now?
Sophomore.
You're a sophomore. And so were you also at Apalachee during the 2024 to 2025 school year?
Yes.
Would that make you a freshman last year?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. And we are going to pull up your class's seating chart, and we should have circled where we believe that you would have been seated that day. Can you tell us if that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ronaldo, is that in the bottom left corner? Is that where the front door of the classroom was?
Mhm.
Okay. And when you were in Miss Ryan's class that day, tell me when you first realized that something was wrong.
After kicked the door.
Okay. And so you said he kicked the door. How did you know somebody had kicked the door?
The door had slammed on like a table that wasn't there,
Okay.
like where we write our passes and everything. And that's how we all had like turned around.
Okay. So did you hear something before you saw anything?
Yeah.
And once you turned around, what do you remember seeing?
I see Cole with the gun, and he had gloves on that were yellow
Okay.
with a scope on it.
Okay. And what did he do?
He had like shot, I don't know how much time, but he had like shot.
Was it a
shot.
lot of times?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do when that happened?
I had went down to duck,
Okay.
and I had saw Christian like just sit there, and then afterwards I had seen him behind the door, like covering himself.
Okay. And that's Christian?
Christian is like right in front.
Okay. What happened at that point?
He had like went on the ground and covered him, like, I don't know how to show you, but he was like grabbing his legs and standing behind the door.
Okay. And when the shooting stopped, what do you remember?
When he had stopped, I had like gotten up from my desk and there was like blood everywhere, and I almost slept to go close the door.
Okay. And did you do anything else once you went over towards the door?
I had threw desks that were near the door, and then I went back to the teacher's, Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay. And we'll later on be showing the video of this, but you said you threw some desks. Did you throw a good bit of furniture in front of that door?
Yeah, I'll say like the whole front row, like right here.
Mm-hmm. And then once you threw that barricade up, where did you say you went?
I went behind Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay. And is that kind of in the back of the classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who you saw after that?
I had seen Candace behind the desk too, and I had seen Taylor on the ground. That's pretty much.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
At this point,
Mm-hmm.
shocked.
Yeah. Were you able to call anyone?
Yeah, I was able to, because they had taken her phones at the start of it, and she had put them in a cart,
Mhm.
And that's where the cart was, next to her desk. And so I asked a friend to give me the phone, and I had called my parents.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember as far as when law enforcement came?
A girl was screaming that he was dead, and not saying who it was, but just screaming someone was dead. And that's pretty much.
Okay. Did you know who she was talking about?
No.
Okay. Did law enforcement take y'all out of the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you realize who had been killed?
Yeah.
Okay. Did y'all have to walk by Christian to get out of the room?
Yes.
Okay. Where did y'all go once they took you out of the room?
We had went on the hill for human mortars,
Mhm.
and then they had told us to go to the football field.
Okay. Once you got to the football field, were you able to meet up with your family?
Mm.
Okay. What happened when you were at the football field?
I had told the officers that I had been like hit by fragments.
Okay. So tell me, Ronaldo, when did you realize, you kind of told us you went in, you barricaded the door, you went to the back. When did you realize that you were actually hit?
When I went in the back,
Okay.
that's where like I saw like two of the fragment entrance.
Okay.
There's like blood around
And where on your body was it?
on my thigh.
Okay. And before that point, did you even realize that you were injured?
No.
Okay. So when you went out on the football field, was somebody able to give you some medical attention?
Yes.
Okay. So what did they do?
They had told me to sit down and relax and gave me like a nutrients bar to like stay
Gotcha.
healthy. You know?
Okay. And how many injuries did you have on your leg? Do you know?
It was two.
Two?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that painful?
It was like a sting, like a little bee was stinging me.
Okay.
I just staying there.
Gotcha. And did that take a little while to heal?
It took around like three weeks on me.
About 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. So other than physically, tell me about how this has impacted you mentally and emotionally.
I had gotten more aggressive.
Okay.
And I would like ignore things, and I wouldn't like hug my mom.
You wouldn't hug your mom? Why not? Just couldn't? Okay. And I can tell you're feeling a little emotional. Has that been hard for you?
Yes.
Okay. And has that been kind of changes that you've been struggling with ever since then?
I've been having dreams.
Okay. And did those dreams start after the shooting happened? Okay. And have you received counseling for what you went through?
Yes.
Okay. And does this continue to be hard for you emotionally?
A little.
A little. Okay. And Ronaldo, I don't have any other questions for you, but the defense may have a question or two for you.
No question. Thank you. State calls next week.
State calls Howard Carter. Hi, Mr. Carter, you can have a seat and if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Howard Carter. I am a registered nurse at Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Barrow County.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
About 7 years.
Have you spent that entire 7 years in the Barrow County Hospital?
No, ma'am. I was with Piedmont Walton first.
What educational background do you have that qualifies you for your position as a nurse?
There was 2 years of prerequisite courses at Gwinnett Tech, and then there was my RN training at Athens Technical College.
And at Northeast Georgia Barrow, what kind of nurse are you?
I am a registered nurse in the emergency department.
And tell us what you do as a registered nurse in the emergency department.
We are the first line when you come to the hospital. We triage and we determine, as a nurse there, we treat and either send you to transfer or send you into our hospital or send you home.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to the morning of September 4th of 2024. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And were you made aware that there was a shooting at Apalachee High School?
We were.
When y'all were made aware of that, did y'all prepare for potentially getting patients?
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did y'all prepare for that?
Without knowing what type of patients we would be getting, we prepared our 2 larger rooms just in case there was serious trauma that came through the door.
And you specifically have 2 patients that you worked on that came from Apalachee High School?
Correct.
And what were their names?
One is, I'm going to say Ronaldo Vega and Jackson. I can't remember his last name.
Does Jackson Beaver sound familiar?
Beaver, correct.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of working with the 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can tell us, was there anything that stood out to you about either of their demeanors?
I think Mr. Vega may have been crying. Mr. Jackson, nothing really.
Okay.
Or Mr. Beaver, sorry.
Yes. And as far as your role in their treatment, you mentioned that ER nurses triage. Is that what you did with Mr. Beaver and Mr. Vega?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also, were you their, I guess, main treatment provider that day?
Yes.
I'm going to start with Ronaldo Vega. And I'm going to introduce in the evidence case exhibit 98, which is the medical records from Mr. Vega under the business record exception.
You said 98,
98, Your Honor.
any objections?
Just as to going out to the jury session.
All right. On states 98 submitted.
And I'm going to show you these just in case you need them
Thank you so much.
for your answering of the questions. All right. So when Mr. Vega arrived, do you know how he arrived to your hospital?
Via EMS.
And around what time did he get there?
Mr. Vega, I'm gonna say it was 12:52. To be exact. Or 11:52, I'm sorry.
And when he arrived and you assessed him, what did you observe about his visible injuries?
And I'm gonna get this exactly. He had what we would consider just lesions or abrasions in his left and upper lower extremity, and including his left shoulder. That's what we observed initially. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And most of those fragments were at the surface of the skin.
Okay. And you said you observed abrasions or lesions. What was the cause of those abrasions or lesions?
There seemed to be, in some cases, metal in them. And what we couldn't guarantee a cause. We don't know exactly, but We just knew that they probably entered the skin with force because they were up underneath the skin.
And you said metal was inside the skin. Were those consistent with bullet fragments?
It could be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how old was Mr. Vega at the time of his treatment?
I think Mr. Vega was 14 at the time of his treatment.
Okay. Those types of injuries where there is metal that has entered your skin, obviously with force, as you indicated, would those injuries be painful?
Yes.
What treatment did you provide to Mr. Vega?
We did give him 600 milligrams of ibuprofen, and he also had a tetanus shot.
Is that based on the fact that there was metal inside his body?
Yes, ma'am. Any injury that causes, injury to the body, yes, ma'am.
And were you able to remove the metal fragments from his body?
We were not, as per the provider, the metal would have to, because it would have been tissue disruption from what, as per the provider, it would grow out of his skin. The skin would push it out over time.
So essentially causing, or I guess trying to take the metal fragments out would cause more damage.
Yes.
And y'all chose to kind of let them work themselves out
Yes,
on their
ma'am.
own. Okay. Now, at this time, I'm going to move to Jackson Beaver. I'm going to introduce in the evidence space exhibit 99, which are the medical records for Mr. Beaver under the business records exception as well.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, 99 is submitted.
And was Mr. Vega able to leave that day from the hospital?
Yes.
Did y'all, before we get to Mr. Beaver, before Mr. Vega left, did y'all kind of assess his emotional needs and provide resources if needed for that as well?
If I remember correctly, and looking through actually more than what you guys have here, I think we let him speak to behavioral health.
Okay. And is that something that you do when someone has been through a traumatic experience?
Yes.
Now, moving to Mr. Beaver, did you have the same role in his treatment that you had in Mr. Vega's treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately what time did Mr. Beaver arrive at the hospital?
It looks as if that is going to be looks like 14 or sorry, military time, 2:49 p.m.
Okay. And again, was he transported also by ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you assessed him, how old was he?
15, I believe it is.
And what did you observe about his physical injuries?
Looks like he had, and I'm reading from this, along the lower aspect of the extremity. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing.
That's okay.
I'm going to tell you exactly. Oh, there we go. Kind of a, not really a laceration, but an abrasion in the right lower extremity, and says a wound to the lateral posterior right thigh that was bandaged. So yeah.
Okay. And when you say it wasn't really, it was an abrasion versus a laceration, kind of tell us what the difference is.
Lacerations, depending on the depth, are in some cases something that can be sutured. A lot of times we don't use laceration when it's something that's not very deep.
And as far as his injuries, did he have metal fragments as well in his body?
Let me make sure. Let's see. Yes.
And what treatment did you provide to Mr. Beaver?
His treatment was, we bandaged the area where he had the abrasion. That was the first thing we did, and I just want to make sure. He was also x-rayed to make sure there weren't any
Like fractures?
Right. Because of
Did you also irrigate his wounds?
we did, and he was also given a 600 milligram ibuprofen.
And what is the purpose of irrigating wounds?
Any kind of wound that you have, irrigating just gives a less chance for infection.
And did the metal fragments also remain in his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a similar reason because you did not want to disrupt the tissue anymore?
Correct.
Okay. And was he able to leave the hospital that day?
Yes, he was.
And was he similarly given the ability to talk to someone from behavioral health because he had been through that traumatic experience?
Yes, ma'am. When I looked at the records, it looks as if he also spoke to behavioral health, and they gave him information on outpatient care if necessary.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Very good.
All right, thanks, sir.
State policy.
State Health Special Agent Jerry Oldman. Just can we approach before the next witness, just like scheduling? Go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, and if I can start by just having you introduce yourself, and if you'll spell your name for the court reporter.
Okay. I am Jarrell Mann. I'm currently a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. My first name is spelled Jarriel. Last name is Mann.
All right, and tell us about what region you work in and what your role is there.
I'm currently assigned to Region 10, where that is the Atlanta office. We do a lot of OISs and also fraud investigations and stuff like that.
Yeah. Is OIS officer involved shooting?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
So y'all stay busy in the Atlanta
Yes.
office of the GBI, I'm sure.
Yes.
And even though you generally work out of Atlanta, did you provide assistance in the Apalachee High School shooting investigation on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
All right. Where did you first respond in assisting in this investigation?
Of course, it came out as an active shooter, so we responded to Apalachee High School.
Okay.
And then from there, we were divvied in to do investigative facts.
Gotcha. And so from the school, where were you sent to go do follow-up investigation?
I was sent to the hospital to conduct interviews and speak to victims and, collect any evidence and also check up status of possible victims at the hospital.
Okay. And was that the Northeast Georgia Medical Center here in Barrow County that you went to?
Yes, that was.
Okay. And while you were there, did you specifically speak with Ronaldo Vega?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about what his demeanor was like when you met with him.
Well, when I spoke with Ramado Vega, of course, his guardians were there. He seemed kind of distant and seemed like he was in shock.
Okay.
So I had to give him kind of a moment to kind of brace himself before I had spoke with him.
Gotcha. So he was a little held back when he was talking
Yes,
to you
I
initially?
did see tears,
Okay.
and he seemed like he was visibly upset at the time.
Gotcha. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 100 through 102. Did you have the opportunity to photograph Ronaldo's injuries while you were there?
Yes, I did.
If you'll just glance at those and tell me if those are fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took of Ronaldo and his injuries.
Yes, they are.
And Judge, at this time, we would ask to tender and publish State's Exhibits 100, 101, and 102.
Okay. All right, 100 through 102 are admitted.
We're going to pull those up. They should show up on the screen behind you as well as in front of you. And this is State's Exhibit 100. Will you just tell us what we're looking at there?
That looks to appear to be his inner thigh. I don't know if that's his left or right, but that's his inner thigh that he showed me.
Okay. And Judge, I think it states 102 has the space. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So we'd ask that stage 102 not be published by the media.
All right. My understanding to the media is that 102 has Ronaldo's face, and you're not to photograph or record or broadcast 102 here.
All right. So this is 100. We'll show 101 first. And what are we looking at here?
This is his arm. It was, I guess it was injuries or lacerations that was shown to me that I documented, took pictures of as well.
Okay. And last, we'll just show 102.
And this right here is just the overall photo that I took of him lying in hospital bed.
All right. Does that picture kind of accurately represent Ronaldo's demeanor that you saw?
Yes.
While you were there, did you also have the opportunity to speak with Jackson Beaver?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you also have the opportunity to photograph Jackson's injuries?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 103, 104, and 105. And I'll go ahead and ask you, Jackson, we recently saw him testify. Was he just kind of more of a upbeat kid at his baseline?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He was very cooperative.
Okay. And do you recognize the images in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took of Jackson Beaver?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, we would ask to tender states 103 through 105, and I believe it's 105, right, that has Jackson Beaver's face in it. So we'd ask that not be published to the media.
All right, any objection to 103 through 5? All right, 103 through 5 are admitted, and just announce when you get to 105.
Okay. So this is 103. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a laceration, appears to be to, I want to say it's like lower leg.
Okay.
Beneath the buttocks area.
And next we'll pull up 104.
And these are just, I guess, lacerations are, I don't know if it's fragments from some sort on his calf muscles that he showed me.
Okay. So did he have kind of a spattering of superficial injuries that you observed on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And this last one is going to be the one that has his face in it, and that's 105. Is that Jackson Beaver?
Yeah, it's just showing him and his demeanor, yes.
All right. Thank you. And did your time at the hospital interviewing these individuals, taking photographs of them, did that conclude your role in assisting in this investigation?
Yes, it did.
All right. Well, I have no further questions. I'll come grab those exhibits for you.
Cross. Okay. When you're across, you're free to go, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, due to some witness scheduling issues, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch presently. Call it 11:45. We'll be in recess until 12:45, and get on social media or media, we'll talk about the case or do research. 12:45.
Atlanta News First Plus starts now.
And welcome to our continuing coverage of the Colin Gray trial. Now in day 2 of coverage, we've been bringing you gavel to gavel here on ANF Plus. I'm Maria Moreau, and we are waiting for court to resume at 12:45 with witnesses.
an idea how long you think you're gonna be able to go today?
We have 11 more witnesses slated for today, so, and that's all we were planning, but that would be 23 witnesses total. So we felt like.
I'm not chastising, I'm just asking.
So, I imagine we'll end a little earlier because they are mostly the students. And then we have 2 more teachers, but if you want to keep count.
Said earlier, Judge, we don't anticipate cross-examining anybody unless something unusual is said. So, should move fairly quickly.
I'm gonna just, let the bailiffs tell the jurors that we may end a little early, just in case there's some plan that they're able to make, but absolutely. I mean, do you think you talking maybe 4 o'clock, or you think earlier than that?
We'll see, 11 witnesses similar to what we had this morning.
And we did 12 this morning, I think.
We did 12 and it took us, what,
3 hours.
3 hours? No,
3.5. Right.
2.5 hours.
That's right, thank you.
So we could end by 3:30.
All right, we'll just leave it alone. We'll give them a precedent.
Yes.
Is the jury ready?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
Waiting on one in the bathroom, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he said, come on.
State calls next witness.
State called Hayden Bowen,
Juvenile.
and this is also a juvenile, Your Honor.
All right. I'm assuming I have the same media here earlier, but I'll say it again. Legal witnesses do not film, photograph, or record their cases.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bowen. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? And if you could, I know you're a little soft-spoken. If you could speak up like you're talking to the back of the room so the jurors and the judge can hear you. So we're going to start with if you could just tell everybody your name and then also how to spell it.
Hayden Bowen, Hayden Bowen.
And what school do you go to, Hayden?
Apalachee.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
November 14th.
Did you attend Apalachee High School the school year of 2024 to 2025?
Yes.
And were you a freshman that year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us what your second period class was?
Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan? And while you, I guess on September 4th, was that a day where you got a new seat? So the first day of like a new seating chart? Okay. I'm going to bring up that seating chart. And if you could just, I think we're going to have a circle around where you were sitting. If you could just tell us if that is where you remember you were sitting on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on September 4th, while you were sitting in class, did someone come to the door who was not supposed to be there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me what first drew your attention to him?
The banging of him opening the door.
Okay. So when he opened the door, there was a banging noise.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize him?
No, I didn't.
Had you ever seen him before?
no.
What do you remember about him
On that day,
on that day? Yes.
I remember black clothes is all I remember seeing him.
Do you remember what he had with him?
A gun.
And what did he do?
He shot it in our class.
And if at any point you need a break, just let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So he shot. What did you do when he started shooting?
I got to the ground.
You got to the ground. Did you get to the ground right where you were seated?
I think so. My vision went out, so I'm not sure where I got down, but I know I did.
At some point, did you kind of regain your vision?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about when he finally left?
I remember getting up and talking to my teacher and the police officers saying to put our hands up.
Before you talked to, or before the police officers got there, can you tell me what you remember about what was going on inside the classroom?
I remember there was a lot of yelling and screaming and blood and people on the phone with their parents or whoever they were on the phone with.
You say there was a lot of yelling. What were people yelling?
Help me, I've been shot, I'm gonna die.
And were you afraid that day?
I was.
And you said that a lot of people were calling their parents. Were you able to call anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you call?
I called my mom.
And what did you tell her?
I told her that I was gonna die.
And when you eventually moved from the floor, do you remember where you went in the classroom?
I don't remember.
And do you remember who you ended up next to or who you were talking to?
I was next to my friend Jalen, and
You say Jalen?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anyone else?
I think I was next to Miss Ryan and Nautica as well.
And what were you trying to do at that time to try to help?
I was trying to move the smart board in front of the door, but I couldn't get it there. And I was asking Miss Ryan if she needed help.
And at that point, did you know whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I didn't know.
Were y'all still concerned that he might come back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you wanted to put the smart board in front of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, you said when law enforcement arrived, they told you to put up your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after that?
We walked out of the classroom and went to a little field before we went to the actual football field.
And when you went to the football field, what was the purpose of going to the football field?
Maybe to get everybody together and to make sure people were out of the building.
Eventually, were parents allowed to come to the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did a lot of parents show up?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your mom able to get there?
My mom was not. She was out of town, but my uncle did come and get me.
And kind of, can you tell us what the scene was like on the football field when the parents and everybody were there?
It was crowded and a lot of crying.
Were you, you mentioned that you walked out of the classroom. Were you one of the first students out or were you one of the last students out?
I think I was in the middle.
Okay. Did anything happen as you were leaving?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, since September 4th, have you been to counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you kind of talk to us about how that day has affected you?
It's affected me a lot mentally. I haven't really been able to sleep at night sometimes.
You said you haven't been able to sleep at night?
Yes, ma'am. And I often have really bad thoughts relating to that and other things.
Kind of tell me what you mean by really bad thoughts.
That it's gonna happen again, and that this time I'm gonna die because I was supposed to the first time.
Because, I'm sorry,
Because I was supposed to the first time.
and what do you mean by you were supposed to the first time?
Because he came in my class, and I feel like none of us should have had survived.
And have you had any sort of anxiety or panic attacks because of this?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those?
Well, my panic attacks, they normally come when I'm in school, and I keep thinking and thinking, and then they come, and it's hard to breathe during this.
Is there anything that you have to do in order to kind of be able to breathe?
I do box breathing. My therapist has helped me with that.
Okay. And would you call it box breathing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that triggers these panic attacks or the bad thoughts?
The sound of shoes scuffing on the ground. It reminds me of people running, and loud noises are triggering, very triggering.
Is the scuffing something that you remember from September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions, Hayden. Do y'all have any questions for her?
Cross, no question, Jeff. All right, thank you.
The state calls William Carricker. He is also a juvenile. I should have mentioned that.
Same instructions to the meeting.
And Judge, I think our next, about 7 after Mr. Carricker are going to be juveniles back to back.
Multiple juveniles testifying in a row here, so we're going to do instructions.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, William? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your name?
William Carricker,
Can you spell your last name for us?
Carriker.
And what school do you go to?
Apalachee High School,
What grade are you in right now?
10th.
So were you in 9th grade for the 2024-2025 school year?
Yes.
And how old are you right now?
16.
When did you turn 16?
September 22nd.
Were you at school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
And who was your second period teacher?
Miss Ryan.
And what did she teach you?
Math.
I am going to show you a map from your seating chart from that day. We're going to put a circle around where you were sitting. If you could just tell us if that's where you remember you were sitting. Is that right? Is that where you were sitting?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, William. Okay. So during that period, did someone come to the door on September 4th that was not in your class?
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Can you tell us what happened when he came to your door?
I believe he banged on the door a bit, and then he kicked it down and just started shooting.
Do you remember what happened after he started shooting?
He left and we hid in the class.
He left and you hid in the class?
Yeah.
Where did you hide?
Behind a table.
And when you hid, did you try to make contact with anyone in your family?
Yes.
Who did you contact?
My mom, dad, siblings, my grandma, and my aunt, I believe.
Did you do that with a text message?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that look like to you?
The group chat I made telling my parents what was happening.
Okay. And is it like a fair and accurate screenshot or copy of that group chat with your parents and your family from September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 106.
No objection, Jeff. All right, 106 is admitted.
I'm going to pull that up on the screen or. All right, so at the very top of this text, it has William. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And you sent a text message that says, there's a school shooting. If I don't make it, I love you all. Is that right? Is that what you sent?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that text?
I wanted to know that if I did die, that they would know that I love them.
And were you afraid for your life that day?
Yes.
Have you been affected by what happened that day? Like, how have you been affected by what happened that day?
I was scared to go to school for a bit.
You were scared to go to school for a bit?
Yes.
Were you finally able to go back to school?
Yes.
Okay. And are you there right now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, William. I don't have any further questions for you, but let's check with the defense counsel real quick to see if they have any questions.
Any calls? No calls.
All right. Thank you.
Any calls next, please?
The state calls Candace Lawrence.
All right, Kendra, the first thing I'm going to have you do is raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you can put your hand down. And if you will tell us your name, and I'll have you spell your first name for the court reporter.
My name is Kendez Lawrence, Kendez.
And Kendez, what school do you go to?
Apalachee,
And what grade are you in right now?
10th grade.
And were you at Apalachee during the 24 to 25 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so were you a freshman that year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan, Coach Edwards.
Okay. And we're going to pull up a seating chart, and it should have your seat circled. If you'll just confirm for us that's where your seat was on that day.
Yeah, I was sitting right there.
Okay. So I'm going to start off with you a little earlier on in the class. So early on in second period, did you sign out of the class to go to the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that bathroom close to y'all's classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Who did you see when you walked into the bathroom?
I didn't really see anybody, but I did see people in the stalls.
Okay. And when you were in a stall, did something unusual happen?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
So when I walked into the bathroom, I heard cops. They came in the restroom looking for somebody.
Okay. And did someone leave with them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was it a name or a person that you knew or recognized?
No,
Okay. And what did you do at that point once the cops leave?
I also left and
Okay.
went back to class.
Gotcha. So once you returned to Miss Ryan's classroom, what happened?
So I sat back down and my pencil broke. So I went to the pencil sharpener, which was in the back of the class.
Okay. So if we're looking at that seating chart, is it kind of between the two teachers' desks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you're at the pencil sharpener sharpening your pencil, what happened?
I just heard a loud bang, and then I just see him with the gun, and he just started shooting
Okay. And where was the person with the gun?
at the door.
Okay. Was it someone you knew or recognized?
No,
Okay. So when you saw that there was a person with a gun, what did you do?
I hid behind the teacher's desk
Okay. And how long did it feel like the shooting went on?
about like 30 to 45 seconds.
Okay. After the shooting stopped in your room, did you hear anything else?
Yeah, I heard like a couple more gunshots.
So once all the shooting stops, what do you remember doing?
I called my mom, and I was trying to make sure that everybody was okay.
Okay. Do you remember calling out for anyone specific?
Yeah,
And who was that?
Christian,
Okay. How long had you known Christian for?
since kindergarten,
Okay. And why were you calling out for him?
because I remember that he was the closest to the door
Okay.
that day.
And did he ever respond?
No,
Once law enforcement arrived, I guess let me back up. You said you called your mom. What did you tell her?
that somebody came into my class and they just shot at us.
Okay. How long did it feel like before law enforcement showed up at the classroom?
About like 5 minutes.
Okay. And what was everybody doing during that time while y'all were waiting for them to get there?
I really don't remember. I just heard a lot of yelling.
Right. So once they get there, were y'all evacuated from the classroom?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see Christian when you were leaving the classroom?
yes.
Okay. Once y'all left the classroom, where did y'all go?
At first, we went to we went by the tennis court.
Mhm.
Then we went to the football field.
Okay. Once you're at the football field, who did you find?
I was looking for my sister. I ended up finding her by like 20 minutes later.
Gotcha. And was your sister also a student at Apalachee High School?
Yes,
Okay. And after you found your sister, were y'all eventually able to meet up with your mom?
yes,
Okay. Kendis, did you also know Mason?
yes.
And how long had you known him for?
Since kindergarten.
When did you find out that Mason had also been killed?
I found out like the next day.
Okay. Did you even realize that he had been there that day?
No,
Okay. And when did you end up going back to school after this all happened?
after fall break.
Okay. Was that like October-ish?
Yes,
Okay. Since all this happened, have you gotten some counseling?
yes.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about how this all has affected you.
Well, I'm not as comfortable as I used to be at school no more.
Is there anything specific that gets you really nervous if you're at school?
Everything.
Everything. Okay.
Also been having bad dreams a lot.
Okay. And did that start after the shooting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about one thing after this happened. Was there something specific about the way things played out that day that really bothered you?
Yes,
All right. Tell me what that was.
I thought I left the door open that day.
Okay.
That was something that bothered me.
Was that something that you thought about a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And something you were like blaming yourself for?
Mm-hmm.
Did that kind of make you question your memory of the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kendez, about a month ago or a few weeks ago, did you actually ask my office to be able to watch the surveillance footage of the shooting in Ms. Ryan's classroom?
Yes.
And did that allow you to confirm that you had not left the door open?
Yes.
Did that give you some closure?
Yes.
Okay. Was that hard for you to do?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kendez. I do not have any other questions for you. I do not believe.
No problem. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State conference, please.
The state press calls Marquez Coleman. All right, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you can put your hand down. If you will introduce yourself, and by that I mean just tell us your full name, and I'll have you spell your first and last name for the court report, okay?
Marquez Coleman, MarquesColeman.
And Marquez, how old are you?
16,
And what grade are you currently in?
10th grade.
All right. Did you used to go to Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
And so in the 2024 to 2025 school year, were you a freshman at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that your first year at that school?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to school at Apalachee on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in Miss Ryan's class for second period?
Yes, ma'am.
We are going to pull down this map and circle your name on the seating chart. And what we want you to do is just confirm for us that we have you in the right place in the classroom. There we go. Is that where your seat was that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that you next to Ronaldo, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on that day during second period, tell me what you remember happening.
I was just doing my work, and then I looked to the left, and then the door was just open, and then the dude started shooting, and then I got up and ran behind my teacher desk, and then I was just hiding, and then I heard screams. Everybody was just screaming. At first, well, my ears went blank for a little bit because like the shots were so loud.
Okay.
And then I was behind the teacher's desk, and then after he got done shooting, I got up, and then I went to the other teacher's desk, and then that's it.
Okay. Did you know the person who was shooting?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember how long did it feel like the shooting went on for?
Probably about like 30 or 40 seconds.
And about how long did it feel like before law enforcement arrived?
Maybe like 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
Okay. What was everybody doing in that time before law enforcement was able to make it to y'all?
Everybody was just like screaming, panicking, on the phone with their parents, trying to call their parents.
Were you able to call your parents?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who did you talk to first?
My dad.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I told him, I was like, somebody just came in our classroom and started shooting.
Okay. Once y'all got out of the classroom, where did you go?
We went to a small field, and then we went to a football field after.
Okay. And were your parents able to eventually find you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go back to Apalachee High School after the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Cause I was scared.
Okay. So did you change schools because of this shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you enroll in a new school?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Okay. Was it a period of time that you were out of school?
I think I was out for like 2-3 months.
Okay. Has this changed how you feel about going to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you previously like to go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you feel now?
Like it's different now. Like every time I'm in the classroom, that's all I be thinking about. Like, yeah.
Okay. Is it hard not to think about that even though you're at a different school?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it affected your interest in sports and extracurriculars?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
Like it just like after that happened, I just like lost love for sports. I didn't want to do it anymore.
Okay, so you drop out of the sports you were playing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that basketball? Do I remember that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had counseling since this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. They don't have any questions, then you're good. Thank you. You're good.
State calls next week.
The state called Brittany Rubio. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. And just so everyone can hear you, if you will just kind of speak loud enough, kind of like you're talking to the back of the room, so the jury can hear you and the judge can hear you. Can you tell everybody what your name is?
My name is Brittany Rubio.
And can you spell your last name for everybody?
Rubio.
And is it dash Rubio?
Yeah.
Okay. What school do you go to?
Apalachee High School.
And what grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
December 2nd.
Back in the 2024 to 2025 school year, were you a ninth grader?
Yes.
Did you go to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
And who did you have for your second period teacher?
Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan? I'm going to pull up on here the school seating chart. And we have where we think you were sitting circled. Is that where you remember you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a new seat for you that particular day?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were in class, did someone come to the door that was not in your class?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me how you, or what brought your attention to someone else being in your classroom?
Well, I heard a knock and I just looked up and I saw him.
And do you remember anything about him?
He had like long, curly blonde hair.
Was there anything that stood out about what he was carrying?
Well, I didn't see at
You
the
didn't see-
time. No.
Okay. Tell us what you remember happening.
Well, I heard a knock, so I look up and then the door opened and just like shots got fired.
What did you do when he started shooting?
Well, I got up, I got like under my desk for a little bit and then I just like got up because I heard Nautica say she got shot.
And was Nautica sitting right next to you?
She was in like, well, yeah.
And when you heard her say that she got shot, what did you do?
Well, I just like went towards her and we went to like where Miss Ryan was.
Did you help her get over there or did y'all walk together?
Well, she went like by herself and I was like beside her.
Okay. Did you stay there until police got there?
Mm-hmm.
And were you, tell me what you were doing. Were you talking to Nautica? Were you,
Well, I was with like, there was like a bunch of girls like in that corner, but I was mostly like talking to Nautica. I got her phone because she said she wanted it, so I went to go get her phone. Miss Ryan would take up our phones, but that day, me and Nautica didn't give our phones. We put it in her book bag, so I had to go to her book bag and get it. And when I was there getting the book bag, that's when I saw Christian. And then I told Coach Edwards that Christian was there and he needed help. he went to go help him, so I just left and I gave Nautica her phone.
And did Nautica call her mom?
Yeah,
Did you at any point get your phone and call anybody?
I got my phone when I got hers.
Okay. And who did you try to call?
Oh, I was gonna call my mom, but then I just didn't. I don't know why.
When you were sitting there kind of with all the girls over in the corner, do you know how long y'all were there waiting on police?
No, but it felt quick for me.
Okay. When y'all were there, did you know whether or not the shooter had been taken into custody?
I didn't know.
Okay. Were y'all afraid that he was going to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Had anyone tried to barricade the door to prevent that from happening?
I think it was Coach Edwards.
Okay. When police got there, tell me what happened.
Well, they told us to put our hands up, so we all did. I was trying to like walk out, and then Martin, he was like comforting me, saying it was okay and that I could do it, and he was just comforting me to tell me not to look down because there was like blood everywhere on the ground. And then after I left the classroom, we went up a hill, like near the football field.
Okay. And what were y'all doing in the football field?
It was just a bunch of students and classes, like all together. And I saw my friends, so I was just like with them. And then we started moving to the bleachers.
Is that where parents ultimately came to meet y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you able to find your parents or a family member?
Yes.
When kind of since this day, can you tell us how that shooting has affected you?
I get scared very easily now. And when I'm in public, if I hear a loud noise, sometimes I get scared.
When did you go back to school after this?
The first day they said we could go back.
Was it difficult going back?
A little bit.
Does anything kind of trigger you being afraid?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Oh, guns, loud noises, and sometimes being near a door.
All right. Thank you, Brittany. I don't have any further questions for you, and I don't think the defense has any.
Attorney Cross? No, Your Honor, no question. All right, thank you. Could you bring Michaela Brown next?
State calls Michaela Brown, Your Honor. Hey, Michaela.
Hey.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you'll give, matter now pending before this court, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
I swear that everything will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Put your hand down. If you could, I'm gonna need you to speak up so everyone can hear you, okay? And you can use that microphone. Could you please introduce us and tell us what your name is?
My name is Michaela Brown,
Okay. Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Makaylah.
Okay. And Michaela, where do you go to school?
I go to Apalachee High School.
And how old are you?
I'm 16 years old,
And when is your birthday?
September 19.
Okay. Last year, did you also go to Apalachee? Last year, school year, did you also go to Apalachee?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you a freshman that year?
Yes, sir.
For second period, what class did you have?
I had Miss Ryan's class.
And on September 4th, were you in class that day?
Yes, sir.
We're going to pull up a seating chart. That's not it there. Well, that's the seating chart. We're going to pull a different one up that has where we think you were sitting. And tell us if that's correct.
I was sitting right there.
Was that a new place to sit that day?
Yeah, my teacher just switched the seating chart.
She switched you. What were y'all doing in class that day?
I think that's the day when she switched the seating chart. I don't remember.
Okay. How does class normally go as far as the teaching?
Can you repeat that?
How does class normally go as far as the teaching?
Just go as a normal day.
Okay. Do you work individually? Do you work in groups? Does the teacher just kind of teach you and you listen, or how does it work with Miss Ryan's class?
So sometimes she teaches and we listen, or sometimes we work in groups.
Do you remember that morning if she was actually teaching you, or were you working in groups that morning?
She was teaching us.
Okay. Is at some point during this class did something catch your attention that wasn't right?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you first notice something happening?
When he was just standing at the door.
Okay. You're according to that seat, the door's kind of behind you, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn and look at the door?
Yes, sir.
What was it that made you turn and look at the door?
I just heard a big loud banging noise against the wall.
And when you turned around and looked at the door, what did you see?
I seen him standing there with the gun.
Okay. This person you saw standing there, had you ever seen them before?
No, sir.
Okay. And what were they doing with the gun?
He was holding it at first, and then I think he took the safety off.
Okay. After he took the safety off, what did he do?
He started shooting around the classroom.
Did he ever come into the classroom, or did he just stay there at the door?
He was just standing there at the door.
Okay. And how many times did he shoot the gun into the room?
About like 15, 10, I can't remember.
What was it like when he first started shooting?
I don't really remember. All I remember is him aiming the gun at me and I dropped down.
Okay.
That's it.
Were you able to hear anything?
I wasn't really focused on that. I was just focused on me trying to.
Being on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. So how long do you think it took for those 15 or so shots before he stopped shooting? How long was it when you hit the ground to when he stopped shooting?
Like 10 seconds.
Okay. When the shots stopped, what did you do?
I got up, looked around, and then I just remember just to go get my phone to call my mom.
Okay. When you got up and looked around, was the shooter still in the room?
No, sir. The door was blocked
The door was shut, locked. Okay. Who was blocking the door?
I think Coach Edward, I remember, and one student, I can't remember who it was.
And what were they doing to block the door?
They was using this. I wasn't really paying attention to that.
I understand. What were you doing at that point?
I ran to the other side to go grab my phone, call my mom.
Where on that was your phone on that little
Under Miss Ryan's desk.
Okay, and hers is the one on the top right corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you went and got your phone. Did you stay up there to call your mom, or did you run somewhere else with your
I
phone?
stayed under the desk.
Stayed under the desk. Were you able to reach your mom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell your mom?
Well, I told my mom that my school got shot up,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think that's all I remember. I told her.
Did you stay on the phone with your mom, or did you hang up?
I was still on the phone with my mom, but like I was not paying attention to her.
While you were there, how long before the police came to your room?
Took about like 5 minutes.
During that 5 minutes, what was happening inside the room? What were other people doing?
All I heard was screaming. I was just under the desk, so I couldn't really see. And I was helping my friend Taylor too, as well.
Okay. And what was wrong with Taylor?
She was on the ground looking like she's passing out.
Okay. Could you see if there was any blood around her?
No, sir. All I remember her was her leg. That's all she said. And then her grab her phone.
Okay. And you said she was passing out?
Yeah, her.
Did she pass out?
No, I can't really tell, but all I saw was her lip going white.
And was she able to move around any?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you stay there with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you still with her when police came?
Yes, sir.
When the police got there, how did they get in the door?
They moved the desk out the way, like they was just shoving themselves in there. I think Coach Edward was helping them too. I can't remember.
Okay. About how many police came in?
Like 2, 3, I can't remember how many.
And what were they doing when they came in?
They was grabbing all the injured people first, and then they told us to, like, let's go out that door. And then I was holding my friend Hayden down, her eyes, like, so she wouldn't see.
Okay. When you said they took the injured out first, did you see other students with injuries?
Yeah,
Who did you see that was injured?
I saw that Nautica was injured. And
Where was she injured at? Could you
on
tell?
the other side with Miss Ryan, on the other side of the classroom.
Okay. What part of her body was injured? Could you tell?
No, sir.
Okay. Other than Nautica, who did you see?
I saw, I remember seeing Natalie. That's what I remember seeing getting.
Where was on her body was Natalie injured?
I remember seeing blood from her face.
You saw
I don't
blood on
know
her
who,
face?
somewhere
Okay.
when I was over there with them.
When you left from helping Taylor and left the room, you said something about your friend Hayden was helping you?
No, I was helping Hayden,
You were
like
helping
cover her
Hayden.
eyes so she wouldn't see the body.
Okay. And which body are you referring to?
Christian's body
Where was Christian's body at?
near the doorway.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was he alive or deceased?
He was deceased
Okay. How could you tell?
because he wasn't moving, and I think I remember seeing his eyes open. I can't tell.
Okay. And Hayden, how was she reacting?
She was crying, like almost like in a panic mode, but I can't really remember how she was acting or tell.
When you went out the door past Christian's body, which direction did they turn you, to the left or to the right?
To the right.
Okay. Did you see anything else in the hallway before you left the school?
I mean, I think a white bag.
Okay. And then y'all went out the door to your right. Okay. Where did y'all go?
We went up the grass to go to this field. Well, we went up to the grass to a tree to see where else to go because I think they came and got us first. I can't remember.
Were
And
there
then
other students out there, or was it just your class?
there was more students out there because I remember looking for Taylor's sister because I had Taylor's phone.
You had Taylor's phone. Did you get that when you were helping her?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, did you know Taylor?
Yes.
How long have you known Taylor?
Since elementary school.
Okay. So you knew her sister too. What grade was her sister in?
The same grade.
Same grade. Were you able to find her sister out
Yeah.
on the grass at that point?
Well, I think I remember finding somebody else to go find her sister, and then the person handed me her phone back, and then I found her sister.
When you were still on the grass, were other students coming out of the school?
Yes, sir.
At some point, were y'all told to go somewhere else?
Yes, sir.
And where were y'all told to go?
To the football field.
All right. And when you got to the football field, were people already there?
I can't remember.
That's okay. Did other students start arriving?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did all the students arrive?
Yes, sir.
What was happening on the football field?
A lot of people crying. I was just trying to worry about getting my parents to me.
Were you able to do that?
Yes, sir.
How long were you out there on the football field before someone came for you?
For, I think 1 hour for my dad to come to me.
What were y'all doing during that hour, the students?
I was really crying most of the times.
Did you ever find someone to give Taylor's phone to?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you give it to?
Her sister.
Okay, so you did find her
Yeah.
sister. Okay. Since that day, how have you been doing?
Still a little traumatized.
Tell me about that.
So every time, like, my parents go out a lot, so every time they go out, I'm always home alone with my brother, and I'd be scared to, like, stay there so many times.
Anything else?
And then taking my dogs out at dark time.
Have you done any counseling?
No, sir.
How long before you went back to school?
As soon as they let people.
As soon as they let you in? Okay. How has things been going at school since then?
Still worry about, like, is it going to happen again or is it not going to happen again?
All right. Thank you, Michaela. I don't have any more questions for you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. City calls next.
St. Claus Carolyn Brady. First thing I'm going to do is have you raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. And if you will start just by telling us your full name and spell your first name for us.
Jaylyn, Jaylyne, Brady.
All right. And Jaylyn, what school do you go to?
Apalachee.
How old are you?
16.
And when did you turn 16?
January 20th.
So not very long ago.
No.
And so were you in ninth grade last year, the 2024 to 25 school year?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember whose class you had for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Okay. So we're going to pull up that seating chart again with where we believe you were sitting circled. Can you tell us if that is correct where you're sitting that day?
It is correct.
Okay. So that's you on the end and you were next to Hayden.
I believe so.
Okay. And taking you back to September 4th of 2024, were you at school that day?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us during Miss Ryan's class that day when you first realized something was wrong?
When everybody hit the floor.
Okay. So did you notice people reacting before you even noticed something else?
Yes, I did.
So once everybody hit the floor, what do you remember?
Like everybody like moving, like dragging all the desks.
Okay. Do you remember, like, in your mind, do you remember hearing gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it feel like the gunshots went on?
For like 30 seconds.
Okay. And where did you go during that time?
Under the board.
Okay. That kind of smart board we see in the corner. Okay. So you said that people were moving desks and that kind of thing. Once the shooting stopped, what do you remember?
Helping other people.
Okay. Is there anyone specific that you remember that needed help?
Nautica.
Okay. And what was going on with Nautica?
She was just, I don't know how to explain it.
Could you tell if she was injured?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was she acting? It's hard to put into words, I know.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you describe like what she was doing? Was she crying? Was she?
Yeah, she was crying.
Okay. How were the rest of the kids in the class acting at the time?
They were also freaking out.
Okay. And how were you acting at the time? Do you remember?
I think I was acting calm until I stood up, you know.
Okay.
I didn't think it hit me until after.
Okay. At what point do you think it hit you? You said when you stood up?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were still in the classroom?
Yeah.
All right. What do you remember about that moment?
Honestly, I don't know.
Is it kind of hazy still?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did it feel like until law enforcement arrived?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, did you stay with Nautica?
Yeah.
And were y'all over there by the smart board?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember if anybody else was over there with y'all?
Miss Ryan, Natalie, and Melanie, and Brittany.
Okay. And do you remember if anybody else over there was injured too?
Yeah. Natalie and Melanie were.
Okay. And once law enforcement arrived, what happened?
They took all the injured people out.
Okay. And then after all the injured people were out, were the people who were not injured able to leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember anything about when y'all were walking out?
No, nothing really happened after that.
Okay. Where did y'all go once you were taken out of the classroom?
To like this hill, and then we went to the football field.
At some point, were you able to contact anyone on your
Yes.
phone? Who'd you call?
My papa.
Okay. And is your papa your grandpa?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you tell him?
That our school was shot up.
Okay. And when y'all got out to the football field, at some point, was somebody able to meet you there?
Yeah.
And who was that?
My papa and mom.
Okay. And Jalen, since this happened, how has it affected you?
I think I have a lot more anxiety and stuff.
Gotcha. Is it something that comes up regularly, something you continue to struggle with?
Yes.
What does it look like when you feel anxious? Like, how does that feel for you?
I'm not really sure what it's worth.
Yeah. Is it something, has it made school any harder for you?
A little, yeah.
Okay. And do you feel it sometimes at home too?
Not really.
Okay. Mainly school?
Yeah.
Okay. Jalen, I don't think I have any other questions for you. If you have any questions.
No problem, Judge, thank you.
All right, you're done, Jalen. Thank you.
Get Martin Marino Galvin. Hey, Martin, how are you today?
I'm getting you.
Doing well. Could you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you could, put your hand down and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Martin Marino Galdames.
Okay.
Do you want me to spell it out?
I would love for you to spell that. Thank you.
My first name is Martin. My first last name Merino. And my second last name is Galdamez.
And Martin, how old are you?
I'm 16.
And when's your birthday?
December 19th.
What school do you go to?
I go to Apalachee High School.
And last year, what year are you? What grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore right now.
Okay. And last year, what school did you go to?
Appalachee.
And what grade were you in that?
A freshman.
I'll take your attention to second period. What class did you have for second period last year?
I had math class with Miss Ryan.
Miss Ryan? Okay. And were you in school on the day of September 4th of last year?
Yes, sir.
Or 2 years ago. Did you know the other kids in that class well?
Yeah.
Okay. Who were the other kids that you knew?
I knew Kendez since pre-K. I knew Christian since elementary. Mason since elementary too. I've known Landon since middle school. Hayden and Ronaldo I met that year. I've known about Brittany since like around middle school and elementary. Nautica since middle school, and I didn't know Jalen that well. And William since elementary too.
What were y'all doing in class that day?
Miss Ryan was up on the board teaching us from one of the math textbooks we had on our desk.
Okay. I'm going to take your attention. We're going to pull up a seating chart and see. We're going to circle where we think you were. Is that where you were?
The row I was in is a bit longer. I'd say about one more desk longer.
Okay.
But yes, it's correct.
Okay. Were you sitting next to Kendez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you said Miss Ryan was teaching. Where was she at on that seating chart area?
She was around basically right in front of me, just teaching.
Against that back wall where it says seating chart? Okay. And while she was teaching, Did something happen that caught your attention?
I heard 3 loud bangs happen, and then I proceeded to turn around to see
Where were the 3 bangs coming from?
the door.
Okay. And when you turned around, what did you see at the door?
I saw a figure holding up a weapon, aiming it towards when I turned around my right.
Okay. So kind of towards the smartboard area?
Mhm.
Okay. What did you do when you saw him with the gun?
I heard someone yell, "He has a gun," and I proceeded to drop down on the floor, crawl through my desk, and hit the whiteboard.
Okay. So you went kind of at an angle towards the smartboard on the floor?
I went straight.
Straight. Okay. Did he start firing?
Yes.
Did he start firing? Did you drop before he started firing or after or kind of at the same time?
I'd say the same time. Yeah, the same time.
Could you, I know you're dropping and crawling, could you see where he was shooting at or were you even looking that way?
When I glanced, it looked like he was aiming from the smartboard, and from what I can remember, he went from the smartboard towards the right.
Okay. So he's turning toward his right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many shots do you think he fired?
I'd say I heard around 10, I believe.
Okay. How long do you think the shooting took?
Like 3 minutes.
Okay. When the shooting stopped, had you made it all the way to the smartboard?
I didn't go to the smartboard directly. I stayed in the middle, and later on I went towards the furthest corner from the door.
Okay. Would that be up where the teacher, Ms. Ryan's desk was?
Yes.
Okay. Before that, as soon as the shot started firing, did you look back towards the door to see what was going on?
Yes, I did.
Was the shooter still in the room?
No, he left the door open, and I remember some of my friends going to close the door and put chairs and desks to cover it.
And who was that was putting the chairs and desks?
It was the other teacher and Ronaldo, I believe.
So Mr. Edwards
Mhm.
and Ronaldo? Okay. And what were you doing while they were putting the chairs?
While they were doing that, I was jumping between my friends to see if they were okay. And I remember giving my hoodie to Miss Ryan to help some of the kids that were bleeding.
Okay. Who did you first notice that wasn't okay?
Taylor.
Okay.
She was really pale.
Could you tell if she was injured in any way?
I couldn't tell she was injured, but I knew something was wrong from how pale her face was.
Where was she?
She was in front of the teacher's desk, just sitting there.
Okay. Did she say anything to you?
No.
Did you say anything to her?
I asked her if she was okay, if she got hit or anything, but
Did she answer you?
no.
Okay. Did you do anything with her to render aid to her?
No, I left her to Landon and Ari, I believe.
Okay. So they were helping her.
Mhm.
What did you do then?
I went under the teacher's desk to help my friends that were there and to get my phone to text family members.
Okay. Did you find anyone else in the room that was injured besides Taylor?
Ronaldo,
Okay.
he said that a bullet ricocheted and hit him on the thigh. So he asked me to help him with it.
Okay. Did you see the wound?
Not directly, but I did see some of the blood on his clothes.
Okay. Did you see anyone else that was injured?
No, but I could hear the yelling.
What were you hearing?
I was hearing, I don't know who it was yelling, "I'm shot and I'm bleeding."
Okay. Did you see blood around the room?
I can't remember. I have vague glimpses of seeing bits of blood on the floor after it all happened.
Okay. You said you got your phone and who did you contact?
I tried calling my mom and then my dad, but they were at work, so they didn't pick up.
Okay.
So I proceeded to text 2 of my cousins.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them that they were shooting in the building, that they went for my classroom first, and that I'm not hit, thankfully, but some of my classmates are.
After the shooter left your classroom, did you hear any more shots other parts of the school?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was trying to help some of my friends.
I completely understand. How long was that y'all were in the room without anyone else helping?
I would say half an hour or less.
Okay. And who first came to help y'all?
The cops first came to check on everyone, to see how bad the injuries were, and to guide us out of the building.
Okay. And who did they take out first, the cops?
I don't really remember that well.
Okay. At some point, were you taken out of the room?
Yes.
Did you walk on your own free will, or did someone have to take you?
I walked on my own free will because I also had to help Ronaldo get out of the building because he couldn't walk that well.
Ronaldo was having trouble walking?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you see Christian on your way out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how was he?
He was just laying down on the floor. I couldn't see much because I didn't want to, and I was helping others.
Did you know he was there before you went to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Was there discussion around the room about it?
Hmm?
Was there any discussion around the room about it?
About
Christian?
if he's
Just about his well-being?
there was a bunch of talking about people saying he was the first one to get injured, but that's really all I can remember.
Okay. When you left the room, did you go to the right or the left?
The right.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the hallway that caught your attention?
No, I was mainly focused on leaving the building as fast as I could.
As fast as you get out? Okay. And where did they first take you?
They took us to a little hill past the road that links Heyman Morris to Apalachee. And then after a bit, they took all the students there to the football field.
Okay. When you got to the football field, what was happening there?
People were looking for their friends, crying, calling their parents. And there were teachers making sure kids were okay.
Okay. What did you do at the football field?
I roamed around looking for my friends. And once I made sure they were all okay, I couldn't contain myself and I just started crying right there.
How long were you at the football field?
I'd say 3 or 4 hours.
Okay. And at some point, were you able to leave?
Yes.
Okay. And who came and got you?
My mom came and got me first, and then my dad came later on.
Okay. And since this time, have you had any impact on your life?
I've gone to therapy, but before that, anytime I heard a loud bang multiple times, I would get scared, be aware of my surroundings, and always look at the door.
Okay. How long was it before you went back to school?
It was, I believe, a month.
Okay. Were you injured in any way physically?
No, sir.
Okay. And I think you said you went to counseling?
Mhm.
How long did you go to counseling?
I believe it was 4 months.
Okay. And did it help?
Yes.
Okay. Martin, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any calls? No problem, Chris. Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Ariana Norman. All right, Ariana, can you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
And I love that your earrings match your shirt.
Thank you.
Can you tell us your name and then also spell it, please?
Yes, my name is Ariana Norman, and you spell it Aryanna. And my last name is spelled Norman.
Okay. And how old are you, Ariana?
I'm 16.
Okay. And where do you go to school?
Apalachee.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 10th grade.
What grade were you in during the 2024-2025 school year?
Ninth grade.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to make you do math today. So, so you were in ninth grade in 2024. Can you tell us if you went to school on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And who did you have for second period?
Miss Ryan.
Were there any other teachers in that classroom?
Yes.
And who was that?
We call him Coach Edwards.
Okay. What kind of class was it?
An algebra class.
So on that particular day, did y'all have a new seating chart?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up the seating chart from that day. Or I'm going to have, yeah, there you go. Is that where you were sitting? What's in the red
Yes.
circle?
Actually, no, it was switched.
Oh, okay. So were you sitting on the other side?
Yes.
All right. And so you were next to Nautica?
I was in front of her.
In front of her. Okay. The doorway, is that all the way at the bottom left? Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So were you, when you were sitting there, were you looking towards the door or away from the door?
I was looking away from the door. I was actually looking down.
Okay. When everything happened?
Yes.
But before everything happened, would you, if you're just sitting there, would you be looking at the door or away from the door?
Away from the door.
Okay. So when kind of taking you back to that day, can you tell me how class started? Was it going as normal?
Yes, it was going as normal.
Okay. And what were y'all doing?
We always pulled out our algebra notebooks and I can't really remember, but I think we always did a warm up in our books.
Okay. So a warm up in your books?
Yes.
At some point during class, did someone come in that was not in your class?
Yes.
And what were you doing when he came towards your classroom?
I didn't see him come towards the classroom, but I looked up and he was in the doorway. And before I looked up, I was looking down at my algebra notebook trying to figure out a problem.
What brought your attention to the fact that he was at the door?
Nothing really. I just happened to look up.
And what did you notice about him?
I noticed that he had a gun in his hand.
Do you remember what the gun looked like?
It was long and black.
When you saw him with the gun, what did you do?
I just stared at him.
And what happened?
He started shooting and I put my head down on the desk and covered my ears because it was so loud.
Do you know how long he was shooting for?
Probably, time went by really fast, so I'd say a minute or two.
And do you remember how many shots he fired?
I wasn't counting, but it was a lot.
Wow. So the entire time that he was shooting, did you have your head down?
Yes.
When did you pick your head up?
I picked my head up right as he was leaving.
And did you see him leave?
Yes.
What happened when he left?
I'm pretty sure he went next door. He went to the left.
Was y'all's door still open when he left?
I think somebody closed it.
At that point, did y'all have any idea if he was going to come back or not?
I thought he was going to come back.
So were you still afraid for your life at that point?
Yes.
When he left and the door was shut, tell me what you did.
I crawled over to my friend because I thought she was having a panic attack, and then I realized she was shot, so I was trying to keep her awake as long as possible so she didn't die.
And who was your friend?
Taylor Jones.
Had you known Taylor before this class?
Yes.
And how long had you known her?
I had known her since 8th grade.
So you said you were trying to keep her awake. Did you think that she was passing out?
Yes.
What made you think that?
She was fluttering her eyes, open and shut. She could barely keep them open.
What were you doing to try to keep her awake?
I was holding her chin and was saying, "Taylor, stay awake." And every time she would close her eyes, I would shake her.
Did you notice if anyone else was injured?
Yes.
Who else did you see?
I saw Christian, and then I saw Renato, and I heard Natalie.
What did you hear Natalie saying?
She said, "I'm a kid and I'm shot."
Was anyone else screaming or yelling?
No, not that I heard.
What were the other kids doing in the classroom while you were with Taylor?
The other kids were sheltering themselves. Like, I know some of my friends were behind the teacher's desk, and another kid was beside me with Taylor, and then other people were behind the clear touch and like hiding in corners.
At some point, did you attempt to call anybody?
No, I didn't have a phone.
Okay. At some point, did police get there?
Yes.
What happened when police got there?
They started escorting the injured out.
So who left the room first?
Not sure who left the room first.
I guess which were the kids who went out before you did? That you said the injured kids?
Yes.
At what point did you get to leave the room?
As soon as they said it was okay, we had to walk up. We had to walk out with our hands up.
Did you walk out with anybody?
I walked out with my classmates, yes.
Was anybody specifically next to you, or were you with anybody?
I was with Hayden and Michaela.
And what happened when you walked out?
I saw Christian laying on the floor as we walked out.
At that point, did you know if he was deceased?
Yes.
What did you do when you left the school or when you left your classroom?
When we left my classroom, we all went up to a grassy area, and I was trying to find like my family to make sure they were okay.
Okay. Did you have other family members at school with you?
Yes.
Who else was there?
I had 2 cousins.
Were you able to find them?
Yes.
Where did y'all, after y'all were on the grassy hill, where did y'all go?
To the football stadium.
And were all the kids from the school in the football stadium?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were y'all there until parents were allowed to come in?
I would say hours.
What were y'all doing while you were waiting for your parents to be able to come in?
If we saw the person that did it, we would go talk to people, and then some people were just like, because they were handing out water and stuff, people would go to the restroom, like get water and stuff, and try and make sure their friends were okay.
Was your mom or dad allowed to come to find you?
Yes.
Okay. And were y'all eventually allowed to leave?
Yes.
And did a lot of parents come that day to the football
Yes.
field? Since that day, how has this shooting affected you?
It has affected me very much mentally. I have had to been put on anxiety medication because even to go on a walk around my neighborhood, anxiety would fill my head, and I'd feel like somebody would drive past me and shoot me.
In addition to anxiety, is there anything else that kind of interrupts your thoughts?
Just recalling the day.
And does that happen often?
Yes.
And does it happen at any point? Does anything trigger it, or does it just kind of happen randomly?
Loud noises usually trigger it.
And what happens when you recall that day?
What happens when I recall that day is usually I just see Christian laying on the floor lifeless.
And does that also cause you to have a panic attack or to be anxious?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty sleeping after this?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything in particular that you needed to be able to go to sleep at first?
I would have to have my uncle help me go back to sleep because I would have nightmares of the shooting.
And did you start counseling for this? I mean, have you been in counseling since
Yes.
this? Okay. And are you still in counseling for it?
Yes.
Have you and the other kids in Miss Ryan's classroom stayed in touch?
Yes.
And how do y'all do that?
We have a group called CRMC, and usually like once every other month we hang out, and sometimes we see each other in the hallways and stuff.
And what is the purpose of that group?
To like bond and like make sure really everybody's okay.
Okay. And what is CRMC?
It stands for the victims' names, and usually what we do is we like hang out, play games, eat food, just to like really get a closer connection.
Thank you, Ariana. I don't have any further questions.
You're welcome.
Any cross?
No cross, Judge, thank you.
My understanding is that one or more of the jurors would like a break, so we'll go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute recess.
recorder right now.
The rest of the witnesses here, as you stand.
That would be a change of plans, but I will step up and see. I can make some motions if you want me to. Just don't bring the jury.
Still using the restroom?
Let me know when you're ready.
State calls her, please.
The state calls Valerie Lancaster. All right, Ms. Lancaster, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, can you tell the jurors your name and then go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter?
Valerie Lancaster, VALERIE LANCASTER.
All right, Ms. Lancaster, can you tell us what you do?
I am a math teacher at Apalachee High School.
And how long have you worked at Apalachee High School?
This is my second year.
And where did you work, or how long have you been a teacher?
This is year 20.
In addition to being a math teacher, do you coach anything?
I do. I coach basketball and golf.
In September of 2024, what was your second period class?
My second period class was a collab geometry class.
And what do you mean by collab?
There's 2 teachers in the room for to cover special ed students that have IEPs.
And who else was teaching with you?
David Phoenix.
And was he also a golf coach?
Yes.
And who handled what part of the class?
We actually did it. We team teach. So if I was doing the main teaching that day, he would be circling the room, checking on kids, making sure that they were doing their work or answering questions, and then vice versa. If he was doing the main teaching, I was doing the circling.
Okay. I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2. And this is a partial map of the school. We have what we believe is your room circled. Is that where your room was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And right next to your room, who taught that class?
Mr. Aspel.
And what hall is that on?
That's the I hall.
And is it like the last classroom before you get to J hall?
Yeah, it's like the intersection.
Okay. On September 4th of 2024, who was being the lead teacher and who was being the co-teacher in your class that day?
I was lead teaching at that time.
Okay. So does that mean that Coach Phoenix was kind of walking around helping?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were in class that day, did something happen that kind of drew your attention away from the class to something outside the class?
Yes, ma'am. We heard a loud noise. It kind of sounded like lockers banging or like dropping of Stanley cups is what we heard at that time.
Was that something unusual?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of hearing that, what happened?
We kind of just looked at each other, and then Coach Phoenix walked out into the hallway to try to see what was going on.
And as far as kind of the way your classroom is set up, when he walked out of the classroom, which way did he go, or could you tell?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. And do y'all have like a closed door policy at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what that is.
The doors are supposed to stay closed unless you're leaving or entering. And with that, they stay closed and locked.
Okay. So when Coach Phoenix briefly walked out, did he leave the door open when he walked out?
I don't remember.
Okay. At some point while he was outside the classroom, tell me what happened.
While he was outside of the classroom, he was shot.
Okay. And did you hear that?
Yes.
Now, while he was outside or right before he left, did anything happen inside your classroom in terms of there being a notification that there was a lockdown or a hard lockdown?
Wow. Like as he's walking out, there was a notification that the lockdown was started.
And how are you aware that there's a notification?
The screens went to like a lockdown screen.
Okay. And so after he was shot, what happened?
He came back into the room and leaned on the wall, and I was helping the children get against the wall into their areas. And I looked over and said, "Are you okay?" And then he said no, that he had been shot. And so then I
Go on.
Then I started trying to figure out what was going on and started to try to help him.
Okay. So I'll back up a little bit. When he came into the classroom, was he able to shut the door behind him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As far as when there is a hard lockdown, what kind of protocol do y'all learn to do in that situation?
Get away from the doors and be quiet and close everything down as much as possible.
Does that include try to turn off the lights and kind of make everything dark?
Yes.
And did you follow that protocol that day?
No.
Or in terms of getting away from the door?
Yes, we got away from the door, but we didn't get the lights turned off.
Okay. And where did you put all of your students?
If you look at that picture, it's along the back wall of the room. It's actually parallel to the J Hall.
So basically where J Hall is, y'all's backs were up against that part of the room. And you said as soon as he came back in, you got all your students in the back, and then you tried to figure out how to help him. Have you had any training in first aid?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I have actually a lot of training in first aid in multiple different areas. So as a coach, I've gone through all of the CPR and first aid that's required for coaching. But as a Girl Scout, I have done all of the different levels of first aid and training. And then when I was in high school, I was also trained in some first aid through athletic training. So I have a little bit of pieces in everything, but also as a teacher, we do the Stop the Bleed training as well.
Okay. So prior to this day, you had been through basically 3 different types of first aid training. In trying to help Coach Phoenix, did you utilize that training?
Yes.
And what did you do to try to help him?
I teach with a classroom where we use dry erase markers and rags a lot. So the first thing I did was collect those rags so that we could apply pressure with some type of dressing. And we got him flat and rolled over so that I could apply pressure. With it being in his hip, I didn't have a chance to put any tourniquets because that wasn't an option. So the best option for that was just to put pressure as much as we could.
And kind of as you're trying to keep your kids calm, did you enlist the help of any students to also help Coach Phoenix?
Yeah, I had 2 students that could not sit any longer, and they insisted that they had to do something. So I gave them jobs and they were helpful.
Okay. When this happened, did you try to call anybody to alert somebody what was going on?
I did. My husband is a principal in the county, so I was with the button push. I know that it tells you that there's a problem, but not what the problem is. So I wanted to try to find out how I could get somebody to help us and know exactly that we needed emergency care at the time. So I called my husband.
And were you able to make contact with him?
I was, and he told me to call 911, but I couldn't get through.
And I know you may not remember this, but about how long did it take before law enforcement was able to get there to help with Coach Phoenix?
It felt like forever, but I don't know exactly how long.
Once they got there, did they take him away?
Yes.
Okay. And did y'all eventually get to be evacuated from the school as well?
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
Originally, they moved us across the hall into the one that says Aikens, and we were housed there for a little while, and then we were moved down J Hall out to the football field.
When you got out to the football field, is that where everybody was going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long were y'all out there?
A long time.
And what were y'all doing out there?
Just checking on the kids and corralling them until everybody could figure out how to properly get them to the right place with their family members.
And were, I guess, family members and parents eventually allowed on the football field to take everybody home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does your room have a recording system, a video recording system?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review the recording from September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it kind of accurately portray what happened that day in terms of Coach Phoenix leaving and coming back and what y'all did with the students?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Exhibit 23 has already been introduced in the evidence through Matt Thompson. At this time, we would like to publish a clip, which is from 2 minutes to 3 minutes and 40 seconds of that video that's been introduced.
No issues? Okay. All right.
And if you could pause it before you play it. Just so. Okay, before we play it, we're gonna treat this like a clock. Does that make sense? If you could tell us on the clock where the door is.
4 or 5.
4 or 5 o'clock. And then where are you and where is Coach Phoenix?
I am 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Coach Phoenix is like 9 o'clock.
Okay. All right. At this time, we'll go ahead and play the video. Is that when y'all heard something?
Mm-hmm.
And is that the hard lockdown sign that came up?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I don't have anything further for you, Ms. Lancaster.
Well, no problem, guys. Thank you. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We're ready to go.
The state calls David Phoenix. All right, Mr. Phoenix, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You can go ahead and have a seat. Can you go ahead and tell everybody your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name's David Phoenix. You spell my last name Phenix. And I was employed with Barrow County Schools for the, specifically Apalachee schools. I just retired, so I was in 2024.
Okay, so did you retire, was your last time at May of 2025? Was that your last school year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations on retirement.
Thank you.
How long were you a teacher for?
Approximately 25 years.
And how long were you at Apalachee?
2 years.
While you were at Apalachee, what subject did you teach?
I was special education. And essentially what that means is that usually I have my caseload of students that are specifically mine, and I follow them from freshman to senior year. And but in the normal classroom, I am there to provide support for the general education teacher. Specifically, if we take the situation that, for example, Valerie Lancaster was a general education math teacher. and I was in the same room with Valerie as the support. I have a list of students. In most cases, when you say special ed, they're not, there's a variety of degrees of special education. And most of the students that I dealt with it could be anything from mild autism to attention deficit type issues. And that was and we would provide accommodations for those students. And 9 times out of 10, it usually meant, extra time for a test, or testing a smaller group, or whatever, just stuff to address the deficiencies that they may have, so they can be on par with the general education students.
Okay. And so in Miss Lancaster's class, were there kids that were on your caseload, but also kids that were not on the special ed caseload?
I don't think so. I think most of mine that class was a 10th grade class. And I think I don't think there were any of them that crossed over on that specific class.
Okay. So you were a special ed teacher. Did you do anything else at school?
I was the head golf coach.
Okay. And did Miss Lancaster also coach with you?
She's doing it this year.
She's doing it this
year.
year.
She did not do it back then.
Okay. So on September 4th of 2024, what was your second period class?
The second period class was geometry.
Okay. And that was with Miss Lancaster?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2, and it has your class circled on there. On this particular day, can you kind of, before anything happened, can you tell us how that class was going?
I mean, it was, I guess, normal pretty much what we've done. I know it was just the beginning of the school year, but for the most part, we'd gotten into a routine. And I think at the time, the class started as normal. And then I think we were handing out worksheets or quizzes or something like that at the time, and just conducting, geometry as usual.
Okay. And are you generally walking around the class trying to help your students?
In most cases, yes.
This particular day, did something grab your attention outside of the classroom?
Sure. Yes, it was probably, I guess, 30 minutes into the class, and we heard something that I guess both Valerie and I were up and around, and we heard something. I thought it was, maybe contractors working on an air conditioning system or something like that. And I didn't, and at the time, what normally most teachers would do when you hear something out of the norm, you kind of go out and investigate. A lot of times it might be, a teacher and a student kind of getting into it. It might be, fight. Could be a variety of things, but normally you just kind of support the teachers on your left and your right. And you go out and just kind of make sure everything's okay, and see if they need any help.
And so on this particular day, when you heard that, is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you left your classroom, do you remember if you went to the left towards J Hall or to the right?
Looking at the diagram, I think we would have gone to the left.
Did anyone else come out of their classroom with you?
Yeah, when I stepped out, pretty much was face to face with Ricky Asenwall.
Did y'all have time to speak or anything?
We may have exchanged a hey or kind of that what's going on look type thing.
And what happened as y'all both left your classrooms?
We probably walked about no more than 3 to 5 feet, and then looked up, and I think you can kind of see in the diagram where there's a hallway going that kind of dead ends, that our hallway kind of deaded into that back hallway, which is a J Hall. And we probably walked about 3 or 4 feet, and then we, at the time we saw a young man with a rifle.
Did you see him before he started shooting?
I did very briefly. I saw him basically in the pose with the rifle, and the minute I saw that, I think both Ricky and I both scattered.
And were you shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Coach Asenwall? Was he shot?
I honestly, at the time it happened, I saw a young man with a rifle, and we kind of dispersed, and I was on Ricky's left, and Ricky was more in the center of the hall, and I was more off to his left. So, and I, at the time, I picked up the fact that he did have a rifle, and then I kind of dove back in more toward trying to get back into our classroom.
And were you able to get back into your classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go when you got back inside?
I got there, and we were, that's when something didn't feel right. You know, obviously I kind of felt some sort of pain in my hip, and kind of got into the classroom, stumbled in, you know, kind of, I think I either hit the floor, hit the wall. When I got to the hospital, I had noticed that my glasses were broken and I had a black eye. So I'm assuming I hit my head somewhere along the way. But yeah, I got back into the classroom, and we were able to get the door shut. And then I kind of hit the floor. I guess I kind of hit a wall, maybe slid down a little bit.
And when you say we were able to, were you the one who shut the door? Or
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
not remember?
Yeah, I think I was the one.
Okay. Do you remember how you were able to do that?
Just getting there. I mean, I guess I kind of crawled over and did it. I mean, I noticed that I'd kind of lost some movement in my hip or my leg really. And I was able to kind of get across the room and get the door shut.
And after you got the door shut, what did you do?
Pretty much kind of fell down flat on my stomach.
And were you in pain at that point?
I've never been shot before, so it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, there was some pain there.
And I know you said you had lost some movement in your hip. Were you having difficulty? Like, were you able to get up? I guess. Okay. What happened while you were lying there?
Essentially, obviously the alarms have gone off, and I think the kids, from what I could tell, I was kind of facing away from them. I believe they had all congregated in the back of the classroom or somewhere where they're out of my line of sight. And Valerie was able to take some dry erase rags. The rags we don't have, there's no longer chalkboards anymore. It's all dry erase stuff. So they had some dry erase rags, and they stuck it in my hip and tried to suppress the bleeding. And Miss Lancaster was the one that basically did the majority of that. I think 2 students did jump in. We were both Valerie and I did have cell phones, and I think Valerie was trying to call her husband and she was trying to call my wife. So we were kind of in that process of trying to communicate with them as well.
Was she able to use that to stop the bleeding some?
From what I could tell, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were there until law enforcement or EMS got there?
That's a good question. I'm thinking 10, 15 minutes maybe. Just a thought. I mean, I think I was kind of hazy and kind of foggy, but I think that's about what time.
And when they arrived, did they take you out of your room into an ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Went to went to Piedmont, Athens.
Okay. And where were you shot?
I was shot in the hip and in the foot of all things. And I don't know how that really happened. It might have been a ricochet, but it did. It kind of both of them kind of went through the one of my foot kind of went right above my arch and kind of out right below my ankle. So it somehow didn't really didn't hit the Achilles, didn't hit anything, I guess, really of huge value. And with my hip, it kind of came in through the right here, kind of right below my stomach and out kind of it pretty much tore up. I guess if you know anything about hips or anything, there's the iliac bone, the way the bone is set up, it's the iliac crest. It's kind of that kind of round bone that's on top of the ball and socket. And it shattered that. And they had to go back the next morning and rebuild my hip. And so those were really the 2 places that I got hit.
And so you had to have surgery on your hip. Were you able to escape without surgery on your foot?
Yes. Yeah, I was in a boot for a few weeks.
How long was the recovery for your hip?
I mean, it could be argued that it's still going on. I mean, it's still, I think we've obviously went through physical therapy and a variety of things. And I think we're kind of at the point now where it kind of is what it is. And, if I had to assign a number to it, I'd say I'm probably 85%, but I would think the majority of the healing probably took, I was back at work in a limited capacity in December.
Okay. And so that was your first day back at work was sometime in December?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do your last year of coaching golf?
I was.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Coach Phoenix.
All right, any calls?
No question, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Good to go. Do I understand there are no additional witnesses today?
That will be our last witness for the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we went through more witnesses more quickly than was anticipated, so we're going to stop for today, and if you will, do we need to be at 8:30 tomorrow morning? Don't stay off media, stay off